Yo. Hi. Hello. We're alive. Life and alive. Alrighty then. Let me see. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Samax, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Thank you, Frog. Love you. Alright, let's see. Interesting. It's much better now. I was so tired of everything just 10 to 20 minutes ago. You wanted to explain what happened to Father Poker? Alright, it's been a pretty... Wait a minute. They still use... Yeah, I need to change that zoom. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Also, never call me randomly on Discord, man. I am not mentally prepared for Discord calls if I'm not preparing myself. I'll be real. Also, I had to work on a lot of other things. I want to lock in for the rest of like the next like 2-3 weeks. So I'm working on a lot. I got that damn Pokemon compilation done. I can drop another one tomorrow. Thank goodness. Ugh. And you get some alterations to my dress, Broski. I lost some weight, so yeah. By the way, I can go for the event. My connections were. Let's go! That's big. That's humongous. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Woo! Nice. Awesome. That's big. I'm all trying to call you, but it's okay, bro. Have fun playing games and eating cinnamon. Have fun playing games and eating cinnamon rolls. Nice. Wait, some alterations. So, since you lost... Wait. Who cares? Just pick up. Or maybe it's because you aren't real and you are faking your voice. No, that's not it. I'm just... Stream is a different thing, but if I'm actually talking to somebody, it's like... I don't like it. I get nervous. Woman. Alterations. Does that mean that the dress doesn't fit because you got too small? Or other way around, is the dress too big? It's even an even smaller apple. It's been a pretty regular Saturday. It's raining like shit. I hope I can tell you this. Shit was so heartbreaking when I realized I couldn't go to the event. Yeah. So, I hope I can say this. If I say this and she kills me, well, then I guess I'm dead. Alright, okay. So, Frog? See, it's raining. It's raining, in fact, it's raining a lot. And due to having two dogs, the grass... essentially just is like, it just turns everything to mud because having two dogs. Frog did not consider that. So she slipped, and then I had an actual mud frog. Yeah, but her hip is now hurting. Nothing major, but yeah, that frog fell. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, I've got a few weird ones. We're also gonna react to the one from Anime Fan because homie's now on the cruise. Dress, I just bought it, so I had to get it tailored either way. It's a pity, though a bit loose. Lose. Wasn't that the first name of your chow? Anyways. Yeah, terrible. It is. Everything's muddy. Everywhere you step, you just straight up fall. Like, it's so disgusting outside. It's like raining and raining and raining. It does not stop. And no matter what kind of shoes you have, Suggs the dogs got excited and pulled her. No. She underestimated how slippery it was. So she was just walking outside in the garden. And then... bloop! Horrible. Isn't she gonna leave soon? How is she gonna do that with a hurting hip? She can walk. She can walk. It just hurts slightly. But it seems everything's fine. I told her we're gonna go to the doctor, but she's like, no. Give me some medication for pain medication. I'll be good. Stop it. I'm forgetting that. Nah, never. But yeah. She just then stood outside, right? Went up to the door and was like completely covered in mud and was like... She looked at me like help. It was very interesting. We're frog. Yeah. He's not in bed, drinking some tea, right? It's getting colder, tea time. Watch some anime, maybe watch me. She wants to run my clip channel. She wants to clip me and make a clip channel for me. We'll see how that goes. But I think we'll stop yapping. I got the first banger. I got the first banger of today. I got the first banger. I truly have. I got truly the first banger. I got a true banger right here. I got peak. I got peak. I got the first banger. It's gonna be horrendous. and then I have something. I think we're gonna do that immediately after this one. It's a video where you will lose brain cells. You will lose brain cells on how stupid people are. I can give you that much as well. I'll move myself over because I don't want to cover the dude. Yoink. Anyways. She's the #1 poke fan. Yeah, she even wants to make like a Twitter virus account because like for VTubers there's like a concept called virus accounts where you're just a fan account technically. She wants to do a few things. Anyways. Alright, this one. This one I actually got recommended. This one I actually got recommended on my For You. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. Why do woke people look like this? By aesthetics waiting. Good question. Why do they? What is our theory? Why do they look like that? My simple theory is that, you know, since what's the word? They pick something out, maybe anything LGBTQ related, feminism, whatever, right? And instead of this becoming part of their identity, it becomes their whole identity, and they need to wear that to like, even like to a degree where it's visible, because that's the only meaningful thing they have about themselves. That's my theory. Well, we'll see what this good man has to say. Let's see.
Have you ever looked at a woke person and wondered, why did you choose to look like this?
That's a good question. I have looked at the woke person, and I do not know. But like I said, I just set my theory on why that is. Why that stereotypical look. Right? This is mostly about that stereotypical look. I don't know why that stereotypical look even exists. I'll be real. I have no idea. But it is a stereotype, and I mean, it's literally here.
People on like the woke side of politics will typically try and look a certain way. These people will most stereotypically dye their hair a primary color, get some nose piercings, maybe like a few tats.
Is that a split tongue? Brother, that is a split tongue. Why would you do that to yourself?
Women, they'll have like that really strange haircut where it's like half a fringe, like it doesn't, they don't commit to like the full fringe. It seems like all of it is just to like draw attention to themselves. It's kind of like a poison dart frog, like they're trying to like...
Oh, I've heard that comparison, right? Toxic animals will like usually like brightly colored to like scare off predators. Maybe it is something like that.
Draw attention to themselves with like this crazy combination of colors and unorthodox things that you would see in nature. And I always like question like, what's the internal logic? Why would a woman consciously choose to make her hair blue? Why would she choose to get a bull ring in her nose? Why would she...
Isn't that a Nisa?
hair blue? Why would she
Wait, that isn't his? Wait, that is Idub's husband. Look at that.
choose to get a bull ring in her nose? Why would she make these decisions? What's the internal logic here? It's like drawing attention to yourself in the cheapest way possible. It's like going up to people with like a bell and like ringing it in their face like, hey, look at me, look at me. Yeah, I guess that does get attention, right? Like people will look at you, but it's not.
He isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. That would get attention. He's not wrong, sure.
Necessarily for a good reason. It's like very obnoxious. It's getting attention in like a very obnoxious way. It's like just assaulting people's eyes with like bright colors, right? And like I've never seen someone that was like above a 5 out of 10 have hair dyed a primary color. Like
shots fired. Speaking of which, again. He's not really. See, the problem isn't that they're not good looking. It's that whatever they're doing to themselves makes them look worse. Usually. That is what I see.
blue, green, purple. I've never seen a man or woman that was above a 5 out of 10 choose to dye their hair in those colors. And I think a reason for that is when you know that your face is subpar and you just don't look that good, you kind of have to like distract people from it. Whereas if you had like a genuinely like good looking face, like you are like a 7 out of 10, why would you bother putting on all these bells and whistles to distract people? You kind of want people to just look at your face, right? Like, have you ever seen those like Antifa mugshots and they look like raiders in a Fallout game?
Damn, dude. Damn, I didn't know which direction this would go. See. I think it's less so to distract from the face. And more so that you're essentially wearing what you're identifying with, essentially. I think that's more so the truth. I think that's most of the reason that they're essentially just wearing their identity, because that's, like I said, that's literally all they have to offer. Evolution is actually alive and have a will. Oh, we have a video for that one right after this one. Evolution is alive. Survival of the fittest is actually alive.
They're all like definitely under 5, and like they're just, it looks like they're irradiated. Like they look like something has gone wrong. And
what the there are some heavy modifications.
you know, of course, a lot of them will have like nose rings and earplugs and like blue hair or whatever, right? And you kind of don't see good looking people do this. If you were like a woman and you were a Victoria's Secret model or had that equivalence in looks, why would you get a nose ring? Why would you get purple hair? Like, you're already getting enough attention, and you're getting attention in like...
It's not only that. When we look at what is conceived as, or like what is understood as pretty, as beautiful, and we look at women, right? Those are mostly women. Some dudes do that too, but it's mostly women, let's be honest. How do I put this? Like, what men find pretty and what even women find pretty is not what these women are doing to themselves. So it can't be a looks thing in particular. I'm not gonna lie. People usually don't find that very appealing. Like, there's a reason why people genuinely, not all, but a lot of people really don't like septum piercings. A lot of people really don't like septum piercings.
Like a very like organic and, you know, desirable way. Why would you want to ring a bell in people's faces, right? And, you know, these people are often like very...
Why is more Pegasus? And Frogan? Hello, Frogan. Hello.
much disliked, unless you're like in like these specific bubbles that they operate in. Outside of it, people like this are like really disliked. And I think like one of the reasons, like aside from like the obvious like political disagreements, right, I think like instinctually people get that this woke look is kind of insincere. If you talk to these people, you'll very quickly realize that they're actually kind of boring. Despite like them trying to like portray themselves as these like super countercultural, outspoken rebels, They're not. They have like the safest opinions like you'll ever hear. Like, have you ever heard a talk?
True. True. I'm gonna say this. I've witnessed this in modern times, especially among Zoomers. Why are y'all fuckers so safe horny? Like, why are you so safe horny? Why? Why are you safe horny? I'll be real. Why are you safe horny? Stop this. It is cringe. Also, thank you, Salmax. We'll look at that. I've noticed in particular why some dudes, for some odd reason, are like, see, safe horny. There's a lot of dudes who I 100% know that they're fucking lying on what they're attracted to. There is no reason to believe that there's this many men that find online that find muscular women, like really really muscular women attractive. I know for a fact that you're lying, and you're only saying this so you don't come off as like a weirdo. Because we know that if there's a muscular woman and a feminine woman, that your impulses will go to the feminine woman. We know that. Safe horny, what's that? Horny in a way that is inoffensive. I don't know how to exactly put it. Like, you can tell when somebody's safe horny. When they find things attractive or get horny over things where you could just shake your head because, like, why? How could you how does that make logical sense that you find this attractive? You only say that because you aren't allowed to say anything else. And this particular revolves around boobs and booty when it comes to women. I don't know if there's safe horny women out there. Probably not.
Talking point that was like new, that you haven't heard before from someone that had purple hair? Never.
What would you change about the Constitution, if anything?
And that is my note answering this question.
Have a good one.
In fact, people like this often have talking points that are the same as a Fortune 500 HR department. It is like the most mainstream establishment talking points like you could ever imagine. They'll never say anything that would get them ejected from a job interview in a Fortune 500 corporate interview. Like, they'll never say anything like that because their opinions, like, despite them wanting you to think they're like this countercultural rebel, they're not. Like, BlackRock agrees with them. So it's like, how are you like...
Black woke. See? You think men play the politically correct? Yes, men do that. Men do that. There is many men out there, for example, that will act like a leftist to get pussy when they don't agree with it. There is so many men out there who play the game in that way. Here's something funny. You know why companies like BlackRock, etc., right, that they want DEI, right? You know why they love DEI? Like Amazon and stuff also love DEI. You want to know why they love DEI? Because the more diverse the workplace is, the less likely it is for those workers to unionize. Because, let's face it, it is unlikely that a mixed group of white, black, and Latino people would unionize because of differences. That's why they love that shit. Because it would never happen that these people would unionize, which they should, again, just to fuck them over, fuck their plan over.
Like this, like, rebel, like, it doesn't follow. Here's a litmus test. If you speak to like a average corporate HR department and they like what you're saying, or they agree with what you're saying, or don't see a problem with what you're saying, you're not a rebel. Almost by definition, it's almost ontologically true.
I just noticed, why is there a water cooker? Why is there a water cooker? I just noticed, have you noticed that? There's a water cooker in the background. Is he filming this in the kitchen? Maybe he just has a water cooker in his room.
that you're not a rebel, because like that is like the establishment of our times, right? Now on the other hand, I think I'm genuinely outspoken, and I definitely have a rebellious streak to me. Ever since I was like a little child, I've been like rebellious, right? That's just part of my personality. And if you look at quote-unquote woke content creators and look at the types of sponsors they get on like their channels on like YouTube and Twitch, it's like the most serious money sponsors you could imagine. BlackRock proxy sponsors like Amazon, insurance companies, phone service, like real serious money like is backing these like so-called rebels, right? On the other hand, like when I look into like my business email for this channel, the last sponsor I got was for a pump.
What? Wait a minute, huh? Nah.
That's right. On the other hand, like when I look into like my business email for this channel, the last sponsor I got was for a pump.
What the heck? Yeah, bro, what? Nah, chat, when am I I should establish a business email just so I can get sponsorships for penis pumps. Getting that Love Sends sponsorship. What the fuck? There's a common joke about NC Straight Cat and being like, "Shoo, go away, you bastard." And then Pretty Lady, oh, cute cat. And the guy turned 180 degrees and yeah, come here, cute kitty. Spineless men. That's what it is, though. And I'm gonna say this: women don't find this. Women don't find this particularly attractive. I'm good. Like, women can tell that you're a bitch if you do that. Women can tell if you're a bitch. They can tell. 100%. I've also noticed that women can tell if you have a corn addiction or not. I don't know how you do it. I do not know how women do it, but I've noticed that.
I'm not joking. The type of sponsorship offers I get are for like shoestring and bubblegum. It's pretty obvious that someone like me is not in the establishment. I have much more of a stronger claim to be a rebel than someone getting, you know, sponsors by Audible, right? And here's like a fun little game you can play with these people. Like, if you ask them, what's the most outspoken opinion you have? What's an opinion, a talking point that you have that is gonna be edgy? They're gonna say like some boring shit. Like, they're not gonna say
I support the current thing. I've seen this one before, but it's still funny. It is still funny, but it's true. It's true. I support the current thing. See, here's I'm gonna say it. Here's something interesting. So, the same people that are now advocating for Gaza are the same people that formerly advocated for Ukraine until it became no longer a trend, until it became boring and other places get important. And I can guarantee you, after Gaza, the same people will find a new thing to support and virtue signal about. Duck, are you a woman? I'm thinking... See, you are not forward-thinking. You are not forward-thinking. I think of the future goonettes of this channel, which you are one of. I am thinking of the future women that goon to me. Anyways, though I do agree, if you have no opinions of your own, it's a bit disappointing. You just want to argue, don't you? Yeah, true. It's like there's nothing really to talk about. Like, we agree on anything.
Anything that's gonna blow your mind. They're not gonna say anything that's like, whoa, I didn't expect that. I've never heard that before.
Because true feminism at its core is about the safety and equity for women in society.
Why is she Why are you wearing why are you wearing You cannot tell me. Okay, you cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that you do not want to draw attention to your tits. You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that you don't want to draw attention to your chest. You can tell me that you don't want to do that. Why would you dress like this? This is like off-putting. I don't even want to look at the screen. This is so off-putting. Why do you dress like this? Also, probably means like, is it a wife's duty to serve her husband? I'd say yes, and the reverse is also true. Anyways.
At its core is about the safety and equity for women in society, so that women can it's not about dismantling the family, it's about creating agency for women to choose their lives,
They're not rebels. You know that like phenotype of like that old librarian with her hair bunched up and she's like finger wagging at kids for being too loud in the library? This phenotype didn't go away. It just morphed into this type of woke HR department person. It is the same fusty librarian.
I believe that this is mostly an issue because these people have nothing else to turn to. That is how I see it. These people have nothing else to turn to, and that's why they turn out this way. They got nothing. They identify with something, and it just becomes their entire personality. Like, there are people who go through horrible things and not get traumatized. There's people who deal with the trauma, and then there's people who make that trauma their entire personality, where that trauma is just everything they are. It is just crazy.
You know, finger wagging at kids, but with like a Fortnite skin. It's the same type of person. It's the same personality structure. You know, that's very like strict and orthodox, but just in like another thing. And this is what like these people don't get, because they are like purposefully going against like, you know, what was like.
Also, they're not really rebels. The original left, the original left that I know of from like at least in Europe, the original left was oftentimes anti-establishment, and now they're technically anti-establishment again because they're losing the grip, but they usually were anti-establishment, and now they're like pro-establishment, their own establishment, of course, which is really interesting. They were once rebels, but now they're no longer.
Traditional masculinity or femininity, that they end up becoming a stereotype in themselves. It's like having an oppositional existence to a stereotype still makes you a stereotype. They don't get that. Like, if your life is dedicated to not doing what is traditionally thought of as feminine or masculine, you're still a stereotype. You haven't left that box, you've just moved into a different box because you have an oppositional existence. When you have an oppositional existence, you have this tiny little box of things you can say and things you can do and things you can talk about. Whereas someone that's like sincerely expressing what they think and doesn't have like this weird like virtue signaling filter, or you know, is trying to like appeal to like this ideology or something, you know, that's when you can really be you. That's when you can actually be a rebel. You actually will say stuff that people haven't heard before. Anyway, I got 20k subs. That's crazy. Thank you guys so much. I honestly, it means a lot. And yeah, if you enjoyed, please like and subscribe, and yeah, I'll make more.
I think this dude is interesting. I like his views. I like his opinions. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I wasn't familiar with your game. I did not know what to expect when getting to this. This is just, again, I just feel like this is just the result of identity politics becoming people's entire personalities. It really boils down to identity politics becoming their entire personality. That also ties in with the looks, right? They look the way they do because identity politics has become their religion, so to speak. That is really all there is. But yeah, subscribe to the dude and subscribe to me and like the video, and yeah. Anyways, well, now we're gonna lose some brain cells. Get ready. I need water. Wait a minute. Hold up. My cam is doing odd things. No, this is better. This is better. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna sacrifice a few brain cells real quick. Don't worry. I need to change some things. Okay. Now I'm more in the middle. more centered. Yeah, time to sacrifice some brain cells. Give me a second. We're gonna jump right into the next video. Let me yoink myself over. Of course, there's also a new SAO abridged episode, but we're not gonna watch that on stream because, well, Aniplex will wear my balls as a necklace. Guys, my bird evolved. What is it now? A burb? Anyways, it's time. Time to sacrifice them. I'm a microphone. Hi. How does it feel being a microphone? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. We'll jump in this. Time to sacrifice them. I can fly now. I can fly on it. Nice. Time to sacrifice the last little bit of brain cells you will have. I don't know. So Metatron also talked about this. I haven't watched the video because I don't know if the clips are in here. I've seen some diabolical clips though. I have seen some diabolical clips about this. I have. Liberal women have reached peak insanity by Sydney Watson. Basically, what happens is they're taking medication to spite someone. It is so stupid. It is so stupid. Feels good. Nice. Hello. We'll look at that. It's gonna be horrible. I can guarantee you that. You're gonna have some brain cells jumping ship. I don't know if the clip I'm talking about is in here. If it isn't, I will explain the context. I don't know if it's in here.
28 weeks pregnant. You know what I'm gonna take? Some Tylenol, acetaminophen.
These women are so stupid. Right? They're by an off chance there's just vitamins, right? By an off chance it's just vitamins. Okay. It's just as a joke, okay. But if it's actually Tylenol, the company itself said that you should not take this during pregnancy. The company itself said that. Not only that, is your hatred for the orange man that great? Is the hatred for the president of the United States that great that you would even harm your own child just to spite him? Also, hi Shine Doug, how are you doing? I didn't even ask you. That is what this is the level of retardation that we have to deal with.
Gonna work like a charm, and my baby won't have autism.
I always feel like we finally hit peak stupidity, but then things happen. And once again, I am proved wrong. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell.
And as usual, I have to say, we're already in it. It felt like that. How's everyone doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Today is an especially bumpy hell gondola ride indeed. Also, I really quick—
Wait a minute. Huh. I just noticed that. Have you noticed that? Let me look at their cup again.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And today is an especially bumpy hell gondola—
See that? You see that? Somebody damaged their mug. Their tea mug. You see that? That's not normal. That is not normal.
Right, indeed. Also, I really quickly want to make note of some things happening over with my tea company. If you are new here, I have a little tea business. I make yummy little blends. Number one, my winter flavors will probably be back in stock tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that's when I get my newest shipment. So like I said, no pre-sale, they'll just be straight on the website for you to buy. Number two, and I think this is much more important, as you guys know, I don't like throwing things away. And I have a bunch of tea that's going to be expiring at the end of November, more or less, although tea doesn't really expire and they're all individually sealed, so you know, there's that. So if you are cool with that, use the discount code WE DON'T WASTE for 50% off on the Emerald Green, Earl Grey, and New York breakfast. And if you are somebody who has a church or you have a cafe or somewhere that serves tea drinks, please reach out to me because I have been giving no strings attached tea to people, to churches and to cafes and restaurants and things, just for them to—
I could tell somebody this that might be interested in this. I could do that. I'm gonna do that after stream. I'm writing that down genuinely. So I know somebody that could reach out. Okay.
To actually be able to sell to their people, because if I don't sell all these boxes, I'm gonna have to throw them away, and I would rather they get use through these other organizations and through other businesses. That's all. Sorry I'm talking so much. I just want to let you guys know we don't waste for 50% off of those 3 flavors if you're not worried about the expiration impending. Now, we have an especially dumb thing to talk about today because it's
Oh God, the clips I had seen on Twitter. The clips I have seen on Twitter. You will lose brain cells. You will question. See, we might be the pinnacle of evolution, but we're not the smartest animal, I feel like. No other animal out there will do something out of stupidity to harm their own offspring. Live in Morocco, everyone is happy on Saturday since everyone has today and tomorrow off work and school. Makes sense, yeah, makes sense. And mid-Friday as well. Interesting, I didn't know that.
the end of 2025 and nothing has improved. I am sure many of you have already seen the recent announcement by Trump and the Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., made here at the end of September that the FDA will be updating drug safety guidelines for Tylenol usage for pregnant women. Also known by its other name, acetaminophen, which I won't be saying too much because it's quite a mouthful. Just the way Tylenol likes it. Anyway, the reason for this update is because some studies have associated Tylenol usage during pregnancy with adverse neurological outcomes in children. There is a suggested link to autism as well as other conditions like ADHD. So mothers are taking
Whether you believe the study, I mean, it is a Harvard study. Whether you believe the study or not, right? Whether you believe the study or not, regardless, this is clearly, this is clearly an indicator that just because, like, you wouldn't want to take the risk, right? You wouldn't want to take the risk. I wonder if Trump said, "Yo, actually, do not smoke," and those pregnant women would just start smoking. Like, I could see that.
Tylenol for their headaches and giving their child a permanent one. I am kidding, obviously. We love mums on this channel. We respect mums on this channel, but the jokes, they kind of write themselves. I also know this is a very touchy subject. Tylenol, giving all new meaning to big brain. Okay, I'll stop. Trump and RFK Jr. also announced a promising therapeutic treatment for kids with autism that also have folate deficiencies, which I'm not going to get into, but there you go, now you know. Now, although I am a doctor, I am not that kind of a doctor. I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to weigh in here about whether or not all of this is true and fair and accurate. And even the administration, with these new findings, with this new information, has said that because there is conflicting data on the Tylenol subject, the Department of Health and Human Services is advising doctors to use their best judgment, oh god, and offer women the lowest possible dosage for the shortest amount of time when necessary.
See, right? That's the thing. That's the thing. Even if it's not true, right? You have to consider this. It could have been any other medication, and they would have still done it. Also, how do I say this? Why are you not, before you take any medication, by the way, I've seen women do this in general, pregnant women, why the fuck are you not hitting up your doctor on what medication you can take? I've seen people just throw in shit while being pregnant, and I'm like, are you stupid?
Which seems pretty
Oh, frog! Let's go! I was like reading. I was already opening my phone. I was already opening my phone. By the way, I can now see my chat, but the problem is I can still not time out people. The more you see.
fair and reasonable incredible to me. I mean, pregnant women across the board are told not to eat deli meat because 0.012% of them end up getting listeria, which is a bacterial infection that does some kooky stuff. And yet, despite the fact that incidence of this infection is relatively rare, they are still told unilaterally to stay away from the cured pig meat. So if we can do some broad sweeping stuff over here, why can't we do the same thing when it comes to these kind of drugs? That's the real question that I have. So in response to this news, instead of being normal, sane people, progressive women on TikTok have decided to film themselves taking Tylenol while pregnant to, I don't know, spite Trump, to get the righties. I don't know the motivation behind this. I did tell you this is one hell of a gondola ride today.
28 weeks pregnant. You know what I'm gonna take? Some Tylenol, acetaminophen. It's gonna work like a charm, and my baby won't have autism.
Wait, you won't? I think you misunderstood. It was said that it causes autism, not may cause autism. Not that it prevents. I'm stupid. She's stupid. Maybe I'm stupid.
Where are the husbands in all of this? Now, a lot of these videos don't have audio, but they feature mostly the same sort of caption. I'm pregnant and have a headache and still reaching for Tylenol. Sorry, not sorry. Orange man is not my OB. I love how they do this because they solely want other women to get on the internet and then seal clap for their utter stupidity. But I think the majority of us are over here like, do you have a dumb? Here's me, a pregnant woman taking Tylenol because I believe in science and not someone who has no medical background. I am willing to bet this woman
Like she meant my baby won't have autism, which would prove I'm wrong. Yeah, okay. You know what would be ironic though? You know what would be ironic? If it does end up having being on the spectrum. Wouldn't that be ironic now? Wouldn't that be ironic?
wore a mask in her car and spent 3 years being afraid of air. Oh yes, I believe in science, but only when the people I like are telling me the science. I'm sorry, but you just look stocking up on Tylenol because I know it doesn't cause autism. I am not kidding. I would love to know who is impregnating these women because it's feeling a little irresponsible on the part of the men. I don't know, guys, when I was
Sydney, here's what I'm gonna tell you this, Sydney. I'm gonna tell you this. See, the thing is that these women may or may not have a dad around. And it seems very likely that there is, from the clips I have seen, that there is no dad around. There is no dad around. So that might be the reason why they're losing their mind. Huh.
Growing up, I heard that rule a lot passed around men about not putting your man pickle in the crazy sauce, if you know what I mean. Hello.
Studies found men enjoy crazy women more. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Hello chickens, editing Sydney from the future here because I forgot to tell you that there is a kind of sauce that we do like on this channel, although it's not actually sauce, it's hot chocolate, and it's a kind of hot chocolate that helps you sleep, which is why today's video is sponsored by Beam. I have officially become a dream merchant because anytime anyone in my life says that they're having trouble sleeping, I immediately suggest they try Dream Sleep Hot Cocoa. I even recently used Dream in pill form on a long haul flight a few weeks ago, and I slept the entire time. It's not very often that I find a brand that I like as much as Dream, but I think it's because this stuff actually works. It also tastes really good, but that's probably more
It probably does not work.
of a secondary point. I drink my sleepy hot chocolate about an hour before bed, and I find myself calmly heading off to sleep and staying asleep, and I also don't get that gross grogginess when I wake up, which honestly is really important to me because grogginess completely ruins my mornings. I feel like I'm struggling the entire time, but I wake up feeling rested when I drink Dream, which is why I continue doing it. I have also converted basically everybody in my life to this stuff, so I don't know, I now have the testimony of of like 5 different people. I really like that Dream uses great ingredients like reishi and magnesium and L-theanine and melatonin, although there are melatonin-free options if that isn't for you. So if you too want the best night's sleep and a yummy drink, then click the link in the description or go to shopbeam.com/Sydney.
This is useless for me. I do not sleep. Sleep is for the weak.
And of course, use code SydneyW for up to 35% off today. I mean, at least this woman is obviously pregnant, but I don't think she's actually even taking Tylenol here. This tablet is blue. I don't know, maybe there are blue tablets, but usually they're white. So this is what, like extra performance?
Yeah, okay, this one I see being fake. This one I see being fake. Yeah. But that's not the clip I'm talking about.
Performing. And why does this read like a Tylenol commercial? Why have you positioned the bottles this way? What am I watching here? I am reaching for the Tylenol because I work in a pharmacy and know there's zero correlation between Tylenol and autism. That's a bold claim. Zero correlation. Okay, pharmacy lady. I do think that this last weird TikTok kind of does hit an odd nail on the head, given that there are a lot of people now who are—
See, I wonder, let me check. Is the clip in here? Like, is the clip... I don't think the clip is in here. No, it is not. Okay, well, then I'm gonna tell you this. So a nurse made a video about a husband, calling. Completely distressed, completely scared, anything, right? Because his pregnant wife... This is not a completely fully verified story. This is not a completely verified story, right? She only told us that. These liberal white women are this retarded that she overdosed on Tylenol. She overdosed on Tylenol to the point of liver failure. And she is going to die. If I remember correctly, she's like in the 25th week. The baby, they will probably try to get the baby out of her. But yeah. She will die. And all that just to prove the orange emperor wrong. That's how stupid that's genuinely how stupid these people are. That is genuinely how stupid these people are. And now the husband is first of all going to suffer if the wife dies. He's also going to suffer if the baby does not survive. Because, right, it has to be put in like those special like thingies in there, right? Because it's actually way too early for the baby to actually, right, be born. So they have to probably, yeah, you get the idea. What I'm trying to say is, no, zero survival instinct for their own. Zero. That's how bad it is, right? Usually, like, first of all, throughout the entirety of, like, animals, right? All animals protect their young from any hurt, right? Protect their young. And not only that, but it's also cross species, right? It's also cross species, right? If you see like a baby something, whatever, right? If you see like, I don't know, like a small hedgehog somewhere, right, that needs help. Most humans will be helping this little hedgehog, right? So it's also like cross species protecting the youngs of others. Some animals do that, right? These people have completely turned off the desire to protect their own, which is crazy to me. That is crazy. Yeah, neonatal care, yep. It is insane to me.
Making the claim that there's no relationship between this drug and negative birth outcomes. And yet there has been evidence mounting for years and years that says exactly the opposite. That
who has been mounting what? Pause.
Does show a correlation between these two things. And I'm not saying how good or bad that evidence is, I'm just saying that it exists. A short trip down memory lane gives us an announcement from the FDA in 2015 suggesting a potential issue with Tylenol and pregnancy. This Johns Hopkins 2019 research paper, Taking Tylenol During Pregnancy Associated with Elevated Risks for Autism, ADHD. And this found that in newborns with the highest exposure to the core drug in Tylenol, they were about 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD or autism spectrum disorder in childhood, which is, that's alarming. In 2016, 2017, and 2021, and honestly, I'm sure that they have covered this previously as well, CNN ran pieces about the drugs related.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, okay? I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of medication that people take during pregnancy might have effect on the child's development. I'm legitimately not. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Again, I do have my what's the word? My theory that they're actually not the industry, like the medical industry, is actually not trying to actually help people. They just keep you healthy enough so you come back and pay more. I wouldn't be surprised there.
Relationship to risks of ADHD in kids and risks to pregnancy. Of course, now they've changed their tune to Big Pharma good, Orange Man bad, because who cares about consistency, am I right? There are, of course, other research papers and other studies and evaluations that have cautioned women against taking Tylenol while pregnant, as it may lead to potentially negative outcomes in babies. People have also dug up Tylenol's previous tweets, where the company seems to admit itself that taking the medication while
True, but I also think this is to protect them from any legal consequences should something happen. I think these tweets are due to protect them from legal consequences, because if they don't do it and something happens, right, a woman takes Tylenol and something happens, they can sue the company. So I think this is also just to protect them legally.
Pregnant is not advised, although, admittedly, this is contradicted by what is directly written on their website right now, which argues that it has been widely tested and is safe for women in all stages of their life. For some
Never mind. I guess I'm wrong.
reason as well, the situation has given left-wing outlets this weird haha moment, where they've posted articles saying conservatives are melting down about pregnant women taking Tylenol, or the women posting these videos in the first place are in defiance of Trump. But I think that's part of what's actually insane.
So stunning and brave. I'm gonna put my own child on the line to prove a point. Stunning and brave women. The women are stunning and brave. Let's applaud them.
Here. I personally am a big believer in adults making their own choices, but making good and educated choices, informed choices, which is why back when I made my video talking about hormonal birth control,
I'm pro good choices. I'm anti-retarded choices. And this is a retarded one.
Really hammered on the fact that a lot of us in our teens, when we're prescribed the pill, don't have what I would consider to be good informed consent. But that's obviously a conversation for another day. But I think hilariously, the informed consent, educated consent thing is what is sort of circling this entire topic. It's not as if Trump and co said, you can never ever take Tylenol ever again. We're going to ban it and pull it off shelves and do all these things and restrict your access to it. They're saying, when you take this, if you decide to take this, make sure that that's a good and informed decision. The Department of Health and Human Services has more or less said, use caution when taking this drug when you're pregnant and speak to your physician. And they didn't even say that it definitively causes autism. They said it's a factor in a series of factors. So all of these weirdos who are running around the internet ingesting this drug to, I don't know, own Trump, to own the right wing, are genuine.
On the conservatives by nuking my womb. I just realized that. Own the Nazis by nuking my womb. Crazy work. Honestly, I blame the men. Pregnant woman takes Tylenol. Men to blame. You know what this reads like? Men die in war, women most affected. These women are pregnant. They're already on edge. That does not already make sense. I want to do something dumb just to have that told ya moment. That I agree with. They are doing something dumb to get that told ya moment. Who's giving them the med? And what? I don't. The question is, is Tylenol needed for prescription? Wait, let me check. That's a question. Let's check that real quick. It does not need a prescription, so you can't even put it on men. Fuck you! The men are not involved here. They don't need prescription. It is not needed for prescription. Ha! They can just buy it. They can't just buy it. It is not. You don't need a doctor to get it. Hi Shadowblade, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Ha! So there's nobody at fault but the women. There is nobody at fault but the women. You can't just go there and buy it.
Genuinely insane. These lunatic weirdos let their hate for Orange Man completely destroy their ability to use rational thought because Trump and friends are not
Trump derangement syndrome?
pulling this information out of their buttholes. It's coming from Harvard and it's coming from other researchers and doctors. And if there is a potential that this drug causes autism, contributes to autism, whatever, I actually think it's a good thing that women have access to that information so that they can make their own decisions going forward. And I mean, as a complete aside, I would bet a lot of money that the people currently going bananas over this right now probably, were the trust the science folks during the big sneeze and think that
the big sneeze is crazy. I'm gonna refer to 2021 now. The big sneeze. That's peak. See, they probably were like take the shot and be like trust the science, and now they're like science. What's that?
Anthony Fauci is some sort of living god. So, there's that. And I've seen so many people share weird graphics saying autism is some sort of superpower that doesn't need to be fixed.
Number one piece of advice I can give for you: hire the most autistic person you know. I'm talking that motherfucker who goes nonverbal when there's groups bigger than 3. That is where the magic comes. Autism in the trenches, it's alchemy for literal cash. I mean, people don't get this, right? You're scared of the kid who looks like he might, I won't say it on stream, right? But like that kid is a gold mine. Man, the guy that made Call of Duty, you think he can speak and hold a regular conversation? No. People don't understand that weaponized autism is the key to greatness. I mean,
weaponized autism. Weaponized autism. You use autism to hyperfixate on trains. I use autism to weaponize it. We are not the same. Weaponized autism is brutal. We're always talking about it like it's weaponized incompetence. That is crazy. That is actually insane.
my whole generation, but we all had a couple bad vaccines. It was the motherfuckers who tried to steer away from that instead of just accepting that something is a little off. You know, we had some shit fried, but more importantly, that shit that was fried is the key to living like a beautiful life. Embrace that autism and then weaponize that shit. It's like so beautiful.
And you know, maybe this is a bigger component to this than a lot of us realize, and I honestly don't want to get into it in detail in this video, but maybe part of the problem here is the fact that people have over self-diagnosed with autism, and they have made autism this fun little quirky thing that you might have, that it refers to the sort of idiot.
It's also that, you know what that also does? See, we're always like pro mental health and we need to take care of people that have mental health issues, right? Mental health is really important. Mental health is an issue. this understanding is only existent, right? This only exists until the mental illness is no longer cute and quirky. Then, like, that pseudo-social thing just evaporates, disappears, right? If your autism is so severe that it hinders people, that's when it's no longer cute and quirky. That's the problem here.
Idiosyncrasies that individual people might have and display, rather than the debilitating neurological condition that it is that prohibits certain people from living full, fulfilling lives, that requires them to have full-time care, and really is a condition that's not fun at all. And I think something that really gets lost in all of this is that parents, regardless of their political leanings and persuasions, I would imagine, if they could, would snap their fingers and rid their children of the profound autism, as RFK Jr. calls it, because they know that this is no life for their little people, and this is no life even for their grown children that they continue to care for. And if they could give that child the opportunity to live a fulfilling...
Mental illness is not cute and quirky. It is not fun. Nobody needs it. Nobody needs it. If we can cure it, why not? Why not? Because I can guarantee you that there also, while you want to make it cute and quirky, there comes probably a lot of suffering with that too. I can bet there comes a lot of suffering with that too. Depending on the severity. Depending on the severity, like, no, what are you talking about? Like, it's like, would these people argue that, like, oh, see, we shouldn't cure people of depression, right? You're just being ableist. We shouldn't cure of schizophrenia. You're just being ableist. No one would say that in their right mind. Why for autism? Why not? Why are we acting like this for autism? Like, my older sister was dating someone with autism, and it was straight up, I'm gonna say this, a pain for him and a pain for her. It's just the truth.
Happy, normal life, they would do that. So I find it extremely upsetting and disappointing that this specific issue gets politicized as much as it does, because yeah, people have autism and they have it to varying degrees, but for the people who are profoundly affected by this condition, it's not just little quirkies and idiosyncrasies. It's a debilitating, challenging way to live, not just for the person who has it, but for the people who have to care for that individual and ensure that they do have a quality of life. I really didn't want to get all serious on you guys, but I do actually think this is a very serious topic, and I don't think that it's a political topic. I think that it's a non-partisan issue, and we should, I think, collectively be more focused on trying to find a way of bringing autism rates down. And so I'm sorry to the liberals who are...
Autism, depression, other conditions that might be more and more widely spread. We should all focus on bringing these down. This is not normal. This is damaging. We need to work on getting these, like, all of this, like, lowered. When something's causing depression, remove it. When something's causing autism, we can prove that it does. Gone. I see no issue with that.
Upset about this, that this information is coming from people that you don't like, but they are committed to finding, not a cure necessarily, I don't know if that could exist, but they are committed to finding a way of ameliorating all of this for all of us. That last statement felt very...
I don't think that you could ever cure it, right? I mean, you probably, if, like, you had, like the most advanced brain science you could have, right? And you could reprogram our brain. I mean, probably you could, but we're not at that point. I don't think it would be worth doctoring on somebody's brain. But if we can prevent it, then we should do that. If we can prevent it, then we should do that.
Very pro-government, but hopefully you guys know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to get at, because I don't have a big brain and I cannot articulate myself today. The last thing I want to note really, really quickly, because I do really think it matters, and again, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, is the fact that a bunch of people are currently worshipping at the altar of Tylenol, and for some weird reason defending Big Pharma, because okay. But what's not getting mentioned here is the fact that Tylenol as a brand has been at the heart of a bunch of not great lawsuits. It does cause negative effects on the body, and people routinely take too much of it, causing liver failure, kidney failure, high blood pressure. There's all sorts of issues that are not associated with pregnancy. Now, ignoring all of this, including the new pregnancy information, because you don't like who is delivering it, because you don't like who is telling you the news, is reckless.
You don't like who's delivering it, and the first thing you do is do the opposite of what they tell you. If they said, if Trump said don't drink if Trump said drink water, water's good for you, you'd stop drinking water immediately. That's what it feels like. That is exactly what these people are doing, essentially.
Because like I said, this is not a political issue. This is a health and wellness issue. This is an issue surrounding us failing the next generation of little people who are being brought into the world with all sorts of conditions that we could avoid had we just listened a little bit better to the news and the information that was around us. Researchers have continually been waving the red flag when it comes to this issue, and it keeps getting swept under the rug. I have said this a million times, but I'm gonna say it again. Drug companies do not care about you. They just don't. They are not impressed. They do not give a
No company cares about you. The only thing they care about is money and chasing the newest greatest trend. They don't care about, like, we are not people, we're numbers to them. Any company. Sure, okay. I guess it depends if it's like a smaller business. Okay, you could argue with that, but big businesses, like the pharma industry, whatever. Big like companies, I don't know, Nike, cars, whatever it is, like really big ones, the big players, they don't care
crap about the fact that there's a bunch of women currently taking Tylenol and potentially harming their pregnancies. They don't care about any of that. They don't think that you're some savior for their drug. All they care about is getting their drugs to market, and whatever things they need to do to make that happen. That is what they care about. And I think to demonstrate that, all we really need to do is look at thalidomide, which was the drug that was prescribed to women, to pregnant women during the 50s and early 60s. It was a drug that was given to women for morning sickness, and yet it caused catastrophic birth defects.
Oh, yikes.
And the manufacturer of this drug, fun fact, knew about some of the drug's ill effects and chose not to publicize them, and this was a whole thing. Weirdly, this is one of the only things that I remember from the early days of my first degree, because we just did this like whole unit on something related to this. I don't know what it was, but anyway, I learned a ton about thalidomide. Don't ask me why this is the one thing I remember, but it is. So yeah, thalidomide was eventually, after all these babies were deformed and all these mothers and fathers and lives were traumatized and broken and destroyed, they finally pulled the drug off shelves and kind of were like, well, oopsie, look, we kind of messed up. This video's gotten really serious and I wasn't intending for it to, but I guess I care about this a lot, and I want to make the point that I think history tells us a lot about.
You need to care, because why would you want why would you want babies with like 3 arms or T-Rex arms or whatever that was earlier? Holy fuck. Poor little one. Yeah, poor little guy or gal, I don't know.
About how drug companies are going to behave, because it's not as if they've changed since the days of thalidomide. They've just gotten much better at hiding their nonsense. Ultimately, I hate the fact that a bunch of mums are going to be looking at their autistic children and thinking, did I do something wrong? That makes me sad for them, it really does. But I am glad that there might potentially be some sort of answer to that question, because even if it makes you feel bad, maybe it's good to know what happened and what transpired that might have led to a specific outcome. So on that,
See, it's also useful, right? Because, well, the moment, like, right, some people may have more than one children, right? Some may want more children. So it is good to know. Let's say that the firstborn actually does suffer from autism. That the firstborn does have the condition. Then it would be reasonable to understand where that came from. So if you do intend to have another child, don't repeat the same mistakes, essentially. So that's also important. I want 3 arms. Ugh. I mean, it would be useful probably, but it would look weird. Why not get just 4 at this point?
that front, although it's sad, maybe it's a good thing. And all these people who are running around taking these drugs as a form of protest are really just useful idiots. In the end, I do believe that knowledge is power, and I think that the more that we learn about specific conditions and the many, many contributing factors that lead to them, the better off we will be as a society. But for right now, I do wish that the people on TikTok would just stop. Now, on that very happy and pleasant note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Dream/Beam. Using the link in the description, I cannot sing the praises of this hot chocolate enough. I love this stuff. It's just become such a staple in my household. I really like this company, so if this is something that you think would work for you, absolutely check them out. And I hope you have a good sleep. Now, I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this issue where you're looking at this all unfold and just thinking, why would you do this? Why would you politicize this? This is so silly. Do you think that people are doing what they're doing on TikTok because they're trying to protest Trump? What do you think underpins that? Because I don't really think I have an answer to that. Do you think that there is actually a meaningful relationship between Tylenol and autism? And do you think that's something that maybe we should explore further? What do you think of all of the little components surrounding this issue? The fact that the media are making fun of Trump and co for this, the fact that in years gone by, they've pointed out the relationship between this drug and autism, and what you generally make of this issue overall. As always, if you've made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you're not subscribed to the channel and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them. I really do. My mom called me out. She's like, I bet you don't. And I was like, no, I really do. And I like hearing your feedback. Of course, my little chickadee noodle people, I hope you stay safe and well and make very good choices, because those are important. And
That's pretty much the end of the video. So, here's what I believe. For once, I believe that they have Trump derangement syndrome. They have TDS. They are taking this to do, in fact, protest. Some of these might be fake, right? Some of these pills might just replace with some vitamin pills, whatever. I do think that medication can certainly, drugs can certainly affect a pregnancy and a person and cause issues, even mental health issues and stuff. I certainly, there's certainly a chance that that is a thing. But in general, I think these women are just straight up stupid. They just are. Why would you harm your own child, potentially, right? Potentially, to prove a point? Why would you do that? Why do you do that? Why instead, see, you could have instead just made an informed video talking about this, right? You could have made 50, 100 videos against this informed video if you think you know more than others, right? Who knows? But instead you chose to take a drug that may or may not harm your child. It doesn't even matter if it's just if it would cause autism. If it does have any drawbacks towards your child, that is already a big enough issue regardless. And even to yourself, do better. Do better. What is this? That is not normal. We should not be doing this. That is certainly not it. Anyways, Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, we got that one, that video done. I got more. Wait a minute, water. I'm yapping a lot. I need water. Be water, my friend. Okay, next one. Ah, I got it. See, this one was interesting.
It's a wild time.
This one. Anyways, this one's interesting. This one. Gen Z discovers the home cafe trend, then proceeds to go broke. I am incredibly confused what that means. Does that mean Zoomers cannot... Does that mean Zoomers cannot make coffee at home and they usually just go around and make it, like, and they usually just get it from somewhere else? What does that mean? It's by the way, It's a Gundam. A new child is a whole world, not a tool for anyone's success. True and real. British accent blew me away. I think Sydney's from Australia. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, well, we'll see what they have discovered.
It's a wild time to be alive. In the age where AI is on the edge of becoming the Terminator or sex bots.
Hello, handsome.
Where hedge funds are buying up all the homes so we can all
The six bots. The smasher clanker.
own nothing and like it. The dollar is weaker. The economy is wheezing to death on the soon-to-be non-existent Social Security. And in the midst of all this uncertainty, Gen Z can no longer afford luxury brand coffee. Some brave TikTok users decided to make coffee at home, and it has now led to the, and I quote, fourth wave coffee movement. They act as if they've discovered fire.
This sounds like feminism. Fourth wave coffee. What the? Okay, something's off. Something's not normal here. Why is my generation so stupid?
I guess the Folgers commercials from the early 2000s were just a fever dream. The best part of waking up.
See, it's also insane somehow that people have discovered juicers again. Like, that's something special. I don't mean like electric ones, but right, manual ones.
Of course, this phenomenon has led to news articles covering another nothing burger in our dreary lives.
Gen Z coffee lovers discover new way to combat insane Java prices with new home cafe trend.
Home cafe trend. Home cafe trend. I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't. How is this a trend? This should be normal. And the worst part, it'd probably be cheaper too.
Gen Z splits the atom by discovering coffee filters. Will the miracles never cease?
It's out with overpriced oat milk lattes and in with DIY coffee culture. Gen Z TikTokers are ditching the expensive morning coffee runs and instead transforming their kitchens into cozy custom coffee shops, complete with menus, pastries, and even barista uniforms in an attempt to save money.
See, you could okay. Okay. Don't just make the fucking coffee. You don't need the extra stuff. They make the fucking coffee. Just make the fucking coffee. You do not need, to turn your kitchen into a custom coffee shop. What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you? You could just save money by just making coffee and that's it. Why did you need all that? Why do you need all that extra stuff? Why do you need fucking menus and pastries and barista uniforms? Just make coffee.
Hey.
Spoiler alert, they don't.
We are truly in the death throes of late-stage capitalism when Gen Z makes their own coffee, but are so desperate for the illusion of wealth, they even dress up like baristas to serve themselves. God help us all. You think I'm joking though, but some of these people are posting on TikTok that they are recycling Starbucks plastic cups, aka reusing them. So when they're out and about around the town, they have brand recognition. People who can't balance checkbooks need to have brands. It's a fresh kind of madness.
Why? Why do you need... Hi, I think it's a nice hobby. It's like... The problem isn't that, like, if you do it as like a hobby, right? Because it's not it's like a trend, right? The moment this doesn't get views anymore, it's gone, right? It just disappears, which is why this is not a hobby, it's a trend. Like, a hobby is something that would consist to exist, that continuously exist. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. This disappears in like 2 or 3 months, and then nobody thinks about it again.
There is literally so much here between the gay articles that praise this crap and enough TikToks to drive any man with testosterone levels over 216 crazy, so we're just going to jump into it. The first video encapsulates the fate that awaits all single, childless women, who will make up 45% of our population.
Recent data predicts that 45% of women between the ages of 25 and 44 will be single and childless. But by the time 2030 rolls around, the number of single women in the US is expected to rise by 1.2% every year. That means, that's interesting. That's interesting. Boys, there's enough on the market. They are broken. They need love. It is time. Single homies, by the year 2030, you have a mission. Get that 44-year-old single woman. Anyways.
By 2030, none of them have a dress size in the single digits, and they all have BMIs in the triple digits. There's one man lying about the floor like a dog. He's a human pug, doing tricks for women who have cankles. There, but for the grace of God go I. Since this video is copywritten music, for tunes no one under the age of 100,000 gives a about, you'll have to make deal with me explaining what the living hell is going on. And it's a nightmare.
Baby, I compare you to a kiss.
Why? Why did you throw in DSP for this one? Horrible. Oh, hell no. Yes, you will enjoy the 44-year-olds, if you would like it or not.
From a rose on the grave, the more I get to you, the strangers in bloom. Yeah, now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. But I can't hit those anymore. I used to be able to sing that. You get the hell out!
I turned my apartment into a cafe and went into debt for social media posting. The room is loaded with an obscene amount of pastries.
Are you actually selling those? Are you actually selling those? Yesterday? Yes, Shadow Clips, yesterday. Again. Are they... If she's selling those, I could see it. But if she's not selling those... Goodness gracious.
There is no way this woman has enough friends and the odd neighbor that rolls in to sell all of these. It's a weird TikTok LARP where food is most certainly wasted. And somehow this...
Oh yeah, she's not selling it. She's not. Oh my goodness! That is so... No! That is so much good food! How dare you!
Own Starbucks.
Oh, there are soy lattes, huh? That explains the men. Look at them. If you even call those males. This shit is more scripted than a wrestling match written by Vince McMahon featuring Logan Paul.
Yeah, feed those dead carbs to your fat sisters. One of them has an ass so wide it puts a Toyota Tundra crew cab to shame. In the beginning, you see her laying down a carpet on the floor. This is psychological chick crap and a little bit of practicality. You'll notice that she spills some of her ingredients. Clearly, she's doing this because it's a trend on TikTok. You notice that all these women use brown paper
These women just discovered coffee. These women just... They are acting like cavemen. Actually discovering fire. They are acting like they just discovered homemade coffee. Something that I do on a daily basis. They just discovered. These are truly American women. What is this? And then they want to... Gen Z is really weird when it comes to brands. I'll be so for real. This is so odd. And like lifestyle is just so weird, dude. I don't understand.
menus on a white backdrop. It's so strange to see people act like creative robots, following the...
I'll say said like, right? They said like, because they don't have money. Right? I think a coffee in Starbucks is way more cheap than what you're doing here. What they're doing here. A coffee at Starbucks is significantly cheaper than what they are doing here. You cannot tell me that in any way, shape, or form.
The rigid guidelines set in place by the Riz gods, while pretending they're so clever and original and free.
Wait, what did that say? It was always the women and above all the young ones who were the most bigoted adherents of the party. The swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. George Orwell. Interesting.
While pretending they're so clever and original and free.
Older generations have been brewing their Java at home for years, so while it might not look like anything new to some, this trend isn't just about frugality.
How is there any frugality? They're spending hundreds of dollars on pastries.
It doesn't make any sense. Any sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Again, they're spending way more money on this than they need to, while saying they're fucking broke. Maybe I don't understand it because I live in poverty for most of my day. For most of my days. So maybe I don't get it.
Also about creativity, fun, and bringing people together.
Well, shit on me. Gen Z figured out how to have a get-together. Haven't heard of those before. Can't...
Gen Z discovers touching grass. Gen Z discovers talking to real humans.
Wait till they even discover barbecuing and how they will revolutionize that with soy beef and sustainable chicken wings.
Yes!
It'll be fun, creative, and bringing people together. With some frugality. Take that, KFC. I only spent $1,000 to make a 45-second video.
Let's host a Saturday coffee shop at home. First thing I made was a big menu to hang on the wall and...
White wall, brown paper. Haven't seen that 20 times today. Carol and Ale? I guess his name is Al, but they spelled it with an E? Try to tell me America isn't great when women in this country can LARP that they have a cafe on the weekend for fun.
And say that they're broke at the same time. And say that they're broke on the same time. You better, after this LARP, donate all of this food that you do not eat. I dare you, woman. I will find out where you live at this point. I hope that she donated the food that she made. I'll be so for real. If she didn't, I'ma lose my mind.
Literally cosplaying as baristas for shits and giggles, while real baristas are trying to form a union so they can go on strike against Starbucks.
And to push for improved wages, benefits, and staffing. Starbucks has not acted in accordance with the path forward that they agreed to last year, and we deserve a fair contract.
She is stunning and brave.
Then I used my printer to make stickers with our logo to personalize our coffee mugs and cups. Then it was time to set up the coffee station with different syrups, cups, mugs, and coffee to have everything on hand. We had a mix of homemade and store-bought coffee shop goods like tarts, croissants, cakes, quiche, yogurt, and bread.
I can only imagine how much money they spent on this dumb shit. So the wife could post on TikTok like a 12-year-old giving unrestricted access to her father's credit card. The wildest thing is they didn't even make everything. They just ran to a store and bought most of these pastries.
And I took on waitress duty.
Yeah, obviously. Women baking. Women cannot bake or cook in my generation. Sorry. It is just true. Most can't. So yeah, it does make sense that they would be able to do this.
To take all the orders for the barista, aka my husband.
Oh, nice. This is totally her idea. And the husband has to make all the drinks.
You know, it reminds me of that phrase, happy wife, happy life. No, it should be happy wife, you have no life.
The best-selling drink was iced latte, but he also made a lot of Americanos, cappuccinos, and pour-overs. Of course, we had flowers and Wi-Fi, and we created a drink station for the guests with different types of milk and OJ. It was such a fun morning with friends and family, and we can't wait to do it again.
This video is nothing but excess. These people blew a ton of cash so the wife could make a 41-second video to follow an online trend for her own ego, honest to God. You know this is about her. I don't think the husband woke up one day and said, honey, I've...
40... about a minute. So all of this for about a minute of content on TikTok. Nah, bro. I'm
think
done.
I need to be a barista this weekend.
Stuff like this is why men don't want to get married. Not only can she take half of your stuff and your kids if you have any, but she can turn you into a goddamn Starbucks barista on a whim for TikTok.
Forced Starbucks sissification.
Mix those drinks, you little monkey. That's just the beginning of this. There's literally countless videos, and there may be more, so be ready. Oh, crap. I forgot to tell people to subscribe to this shit.
True and real. Anyways, stop doing these weird trends. You are not the article saying that like buying coffee is just too expensive, so they're making it at home and then like doing trends with it. Sorry, that is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. You're not making coffee at home because you're broke. At least the people here in these videos. You're making coffee so you can show off. That's literally it. You just discovered something that probably is probably in Europe as normal as driving a car, and you're acting like it's special when it's not, and you're wasting a ton of food, and you're wasting a ton of money for a minute video on TikTok for a trend. I cannot do this anymore. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. This was dumb. This was stupid as fuck. This was, oh my god, wow. This was fucking stupid. Okay. Guys, I'm taking a quick break. I will be right back. And then I still have a short video that is interesting that I really want to look at too. I will be right back. All right, back. Wait till women will find out how to create energy drinks. Here's something I'm gonna put that's even worse. Wait until women find out that you can sweep the floor with a broom. Wait until what is something super normal. I mean, they did just rediscover manual juicers. Wait until women find out that you can meal prep for multiple days, which is also quite normal if you live on the budget. Wait until that, and then they're gonna be like the trend of meal prepping for multiple days. I could see it. I could genuinely see it. Alrighty. The next topic. The next topic of today. If it loads, which it doesn't.
Okay, as you can see.
Pause. Pause. Yes. Today's topic. Femcells. The Femcell Epidemic. By Tommy NFG. Here. Let's see what if we're gonna run. Let's see if we're gonna run past the meaning of this, or yeah, let's see. Because I do not consider femcells and incels to be the same, not gonna lie. We'll see. Let's just jump in.
Okay, as you can sing fierce you can't. I still got more money than you. And you're still a man.
A huge red flag for me. All right. You know what's so crazy? I was gonna say men.
See, the difference between incels and femcells is that incels are involuntary celibate. Femcells are involuntarily single. Or involuntarily unmarried. That's the better term. The name is misleading because they're involuntarily unmarried. Because why would you marry anybody with this behavior? Genuinely, why would you want to live with somebody with this kind of behavior?
Strike one. You're a man. Yeah. And you're heterosexual.
This is the same woman, by the way, signed by Kendrick Lamar's label. A straight man with a family who also associates with individuals from the hood that are probably 10 times worse men than the average man is friends with. So yeah, y'all, today we're here to talk about the topic.
Very much, yeah. But that's money, so, right, your values and opinions and morals, right? They just jump out of the window the moment there is some clout to be gained, some money to be made, right? Just 2 play buttons. I mean, yeah, makes sense.
Of quote-unquote femcells. And the definition is, well, yeah, female incel. Don't think I gotta define that one. But I personally feel like we gotta distinguish it differently. Usually when a man is defined as a quote-unquote incel, it's because he literally can't pull and takes it out on women because of it. You could look like the former queen as a woman, my and there's a hornball dude out there who would lay pipe. For femcells, it's more of their hatred for men that stops them from even trying to pursue a relationship. And they think since every man is terrible, they shouldn't put themselves out in the playing field. Now let's get 2 obvious things.
I'm gonna say it. See, the thing is they can't get into relationships, but they can't have physical intimacy, which is right. That's the difference. That's like the difference. They're just involuntarily not in a relationship or marriage.
Things out in the beginning. Yes, I know not all women are femcells. And yes, there are bad, terrible men out there who should be condemned. But it won't matter to these femcells if I say something like that anyways. They'll probably just take a screenshot.
Take a screenshot, put the caption, take it or take it out of context and be like, yeah, actually, this one is like. They would put like, yes, not all femcells, all women are femcells, but, and that's already enough.
shot of the thumbnail without even watching it, post it on Twitter with a caption saying I'm not watching this, and proceed to say I'm a terrible woman-hating man without even knowing me or my content, even though I've condemned these type of men multiple times. I promise y'all that exact situation will happen. I'm playing chess, alright, I know the game. I want to say this epidemic of femcells really started in 2020 when a trend known as, and I'm not even joking, this was the actual name for the trend, hashtag all men was started. It started on TikTok and Twitter back in 2020, and women would post the hashtag in their captions for anything. Could be just for fun, could be something actually criticizing a man for. It was thrown around willy and nilly.
See, this is the fun part. The problem with all this delete all men shit is that you couldn't. That you physically wouldn't be able to do it. If all women today decided that they would delete all men, women would lose. Because you don't have the military power, and even if you did, you don't have the physical power. Men would overpower you. That's why I never understood this idea.
And was used as a word sometimes when they had nothing to say. Like a girl could be proven wrong on something, then when she had nothing else to say, she would reply with hashtag KAM or all men. There would be long comment threads of a bunch of women saying it, and I honestly think this was one.
I'm having a scan through to find out if it's a girl or an abortion. Demons.
Comment threads of a bunch of women saying it, and I honestly think this was one of the things that started lighting the gender wars on fire. Pre-2020, gender
demons.
Wars were not even close to as big as post 2020. Because after this, you started to see the podcasters come out and make a whole genre out of gender wars. The moment this started happening is when I knew it was getting out of hand. And it made it worse that TikTok wasn't really doing anything about it at first. Like, I understand Twitter or Warzone will never have peace, but you would think TikTok would be on it to ban something like this. Now it's completely banned and you can't use that phrase. But I guarantee if dudes tried to start a hashtag KAW or all women trend on there, it would have been packed in a day, and every account associated with it would be banned and doxxed.
Yep, that is very true. It would be gone. It would be gone in a matter of seconds, right? Those videos actually don't even go up for that long. Yeah, that's true. If men would be like, that's a double standard. Then if men would be doing something like that, it'd be gone immediately, right? I think on Twitch you can literally like put us on a stream. I hate men. You can't do that with I hate women. It's really odd. It's really weird, some of these double standards.
Their excuse for this trend at the time was that they were trying to make the message sound drastic and they obviously didn't mean all men. And if you were a man that found a problem with it, then you were probably one of the type of men they were talking about. This excuse to me is absolutely stupid as f***, because what average...
It's actually, no, see, it's actually stupid. Here's why. Here's why. The assumption that you would be, first of all, we know where generalizations have brought us. We have seen where generalizations brought us. Do I have to talk about you know, a very big particular event where a lot of people were put into camps? I think I don't have to say that. When I talk about segregation, see, the problem, the double standard is that when women say all men, that's permissible. But if we, for example, take, you know, Muslims, and unfortunately it is the truth that most terror attacks come from Muslims. If somebody says all Muslims, if you don't, and then you argue, oh, if they don't feel like that applies to you, then you're not men. Nobody would use that. Because then the big crying happens. Nobody would use that. See, that's the problem, why it's a double standard, and also generalizations don't help. Because not only do you lose the men that essentially are the ones doing weird shit, you also lose the men that are not. And they would now rather side with, like, Andrew Tate, the guy from Fresh and Fit, right? Those people. Then they would side with you. You're creating the opposite of what you wanted to achieve.
man is gonna want to have a reasonable debate about, I don't know, gender norms or something with you when in the statement of your movement it literally says to put an end to them. And to me, this movement was hypocritical because you know damn well if men started a KAW trend and try to be like it's not all women, obviously only the bad manipulative criminal ones, they would get thrown at them, rightfully so. Or imagine we use this for something like race, even a worse example. Hashtag all.
See, he's bringing it up perfectly. He's bringing it up perfectly, right? If you apply that to race, you have an issue. That's the issue here. I blame education. Could be lurking. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
All black people rob, man. Let's get the movement trending. Bro, what'd you say? Nah, like obviously not all of y'all, only the ones that actually do it. Why are you even getting offended? You're trying to rob me, that must be why. This trend was probably one of the most extreme examples that actually became a thing on the internet. I don't think we'll see something like it ever again. Like, this was really pushing it. Instead, now they'll just put something like hashtag all men are trash, which I can at least take that. At least in the message name, it's not advocating for the annihilation of men. A lot of this man-hating rhetoric, I guess we could call it, comes from one main source I noticed a lot of times: female celebrities. When anybody's favorite celebrity says something outlandish, they're usually more hesitant to condemn it and more likely to agree. And no, I'm not talking about music and lyrics, like Megan Thee Stallion saying something like all these is cheaters or something, because at that point we could pick on every male artist that says something about women, you know. I could care less about lyrics. I'm talking about more of the statements they make. I'm sure y'all know about the whole Biba Doobie crash out thing by now. Everybody talked about this. Might be top 5 stupidest things I've seen any celebrity ever get mad at, but the casual way she just threw out her man-hating to her audience was so funny to me.
And you're still a man. I know men are mad at me because I probably get more girls than them and I'm not even gay.
It's mostly men. Like, call me sexist, but I don't think a girl would be like, I was wanking off to that Biba Doobie video. I was wanking off to that Biba Doobie.
This shows to me
you have no idea. This woman, this lady thinks like women are perfect angels. Have you ever read a female romance novel? Have you ever read one, right? Where like the 5 million inch bull cog is tearing apart a gentle woman. Just say it. Just say it. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. No. They may not be. And see, there's many TikTok videos of very attractive men and women in the comments gooning and being like, raw, next.
She knew she wasn't gonna really get any crazy repercussions by saying it. Like, they wouldn't cancel her shows over it. And stuff like this makes me upset, because if it was the other way and a famous male singer said something like, you're still a woman, he's like 100 times more likely to face some type of repercussion. A lot more of the time, it's more accepted in society for a female celebrity to say something on men. And I don't know if some of these female celebrities don't think this through before saying things like that, but they do also have male fans. Like, you don't think a couple of your male fans would see something like that and not want to associate with you anymore? Even if a majority of their fans are women, it's just a dumb thing to do to cut off a good portion of your fans. Like, for me, even though my viewership is about 90% women and 10% men, don't fact check that, I would never insult my male fans because
I would most certainly fact check that. Bring me the stats.
because that's mean to them. Okay, but on the real though, I couldn't even imagine myself saying something like all women are trash or I hate all women, because to me that's disrespectful to all the hardworking women in my life that have helped me and just out there in general. I don't know, I think I'm just thinking too logically. Okay, let me know if I should start saying it, y'all. Billie Eilish was also getting slandered a couple of years ago for this stuff because she would come out saying things about men that were pretty stupid. Like there was this one time she said men don't get body shamed because girls are nice. Nobody.
See, the problem is, though, the difference here. So, men also, by the way, get called... See, we don't get shamed. I wouldn't use shaming for that. It's just like, homie calls you a fat fuck because you're a fat fuck. Right? It's not really shaming, because we consider it fact, right? Here's the thing. When women see a attractive woman, they go, ah, this body type is so unrealistic. When men see the Hulk, they're like, damn, gotta hit the gym. That is the difference. That is the difference. That is just literally the difference.
Nobody ever says a thing about men's bodies. If you're muscular, cool. If you're not, cool. If you're real thin, cool.
No, if you're scrawny, dude, you're cooked. If you're scrawny, dude, you're cooked.
You have a dad bod.
By the way, dad bod, I highly believe that Billie Eilish does not know what a dad bod is because they consider off-season Chris Bumstead a dad bod. Or Jason Momoa a dad bod. No.
Cool. If you're pudgy, love it. Everybody's happy with it. You know why? Because girls are nice. They don't give a because we see people for who they are. Coming from a man that...
Also, girls aren't particularly nice. Girl pretty is harsher than boy pretty. I'm gonna straight up say it. Girl pretty women are usually more liked when they're thinner.
Was on the pudgier side. I can let y'all know right now this is not remotely close to true. You know how many anytime they get in an argument with their girl over something, the first thing she's saying is something about his body. He can't get it up right. He's, dare I say it, fat. She was getting sauteed over this take. I think Billie realized though, saying stuff like this isn't good for PR, so she stopped saying it. I haven't seen her saying something like this in a while, which is good because what does saying stuff like that do other than alienate your male fan base and future fans? The thing a lot of femcels don't realize too is they quite literally breed the men they hate. In modern times, the average way a dude is becoming an incel. Wow. I can't believe I'm teaching incelology. Like an actual incel. I'm not talking about the word where they just throw it on any man. Is he'll see something extreme like the hashtag all men trend. Already if he feels...
You mean like, not the ones that are like incel equals man I disagree with? That one? You mean like actual ones?
Isolated in his life, he gets even more mad over how he's getting hated as a man for no reason. Then tries to find comfort in someone who accepts him, which is a lot of times the Andrew Tates and Fresh and Fits, and ends up with some radical ideology that's just crazy. It's like they're throwing coal on a fire and asking why the blaze keeps going. Now, of course, the opposite happens too with these incels. But I think with one, you're able to go way more rampant with it before having anything happen. I mean, look at someone like Andrew Tate, for example. There was a certain point he got banned everywhere and got repercussions for his comments. The only social media he had left was Hustlers University. And I see a lot more men condemning people like Andrew Tate than the opposite way. Like, none of my homies in real life were writing him and actually followed the Tate way. They thought the memes were funny at first, but after he fell off, no one really cared. Something that happened recently, which actually kind of sparked me up on even making this video, is something that Doechii said. If you don't know Doechii, she's been having a breakthrough as a female rapper in the past year. She's been having a bunch of viral songs and trends on TikTok. And like,
hot take. Rap sounds ass. Doesn't matter who makes it. I'll be real. Most of the time, that is. Not always. And I especially don't like female rappers. Not because they're female rappers, because of what they're talking about, what they rap about. There's even more brain dead than what the males do. Not gonna lie. Guess why Andrew Tate got banned out? He doesn't believe in women's rights. And even... No, not even his daughter. That's crazy work. That man fell off.
Like I said at the start of this video, she signed to Kendrick Lamar's label. She never really got in controversy until that clip I played at the start. And I was kind of disappointed when I saw the clip. Because there's certain people that you don't expect to say dumb stuff like that. Like if it was Cardi B or something, I would say expect it. But off of what I've seen from Doechii and her creativity and her craft, I wouldn't expect her to say something like that. And some people might be like, oh my God, Tommy, you're really offended over that? I could give less of a about the actual comment. If I made a video every time on all the dumb comments like the ones Doechii and Billie Eilish made and were made by female celebrities, this channel would have like over 1,000 videos. To me, it's more of the precedent it sets and trying to make it a casual thing. I think a good example right now is how Elon Musk is getting protested for all his bullshit. And that people are boycotting Tesla and not buying them because people want to make it known that they don't accept it.
Thank you all very much. I love Tesla.
I love Tesla.
A lot of times too, just like in the Dochi video, they try to specify it as much as possible, like saying straight man, because you know, they don't want to be offensive and be called the big H phobic. That would be terrible for their PR, and you know, only straight men do bad things. They acting like there ain't any terrible gay men out there. Look at Diddy. Anyways, wrapping it up,
Yeah, the terrible gay men that adopt. There have been cases of terrible gay men adopting a toddler, and the rest is history.
I think we're getting better as a society of ignoring these type of people and also calling out when someone says something stupid like this. For the Dochi video, for example, I was just checking different TikToks trying to figure out what was going on about this, and I saw a lot of women saying what she said was pretty dumb. Like, the birth rates are already at their peak declining. Do we need to be having any more gender arguments and on the other gender just because? Like, let's just leave that in 2022, dude. You gain nothing from it other than more division and more fighting. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram.
But that's what they want, Tommy. That's what they want. They want more division because they can turn it into a profit. They can turn it into a profit. See, realize this. Realize this. I'm conspiracy theorying here. Realize this. Everything needs to be bought twice. That is very nice. You can tax twice. You can everything needs to be bought twice, right? Cutlery, plates, presents, TVs, in general, just electronics. Realize this. The more men and women don't come together, the more money they can make, because there's more people who will spend money on things that you technically would only need once. Realize this. It's not my opinion. You admit it. He doesn't allow his daughters to vote or work just to find the right man and honor the bloodline. The bloodline must continue.
I'm in TikTok. As always, I love you guys consensually. And until next time, I'm out.
That was a Switch sound. Anyways, you didn't touch super crazy on the topic. I do think that for femcells the rules are different, right? Because, well, they can have physical intimacy. It's just no dude wants to stick around for that. To be fair, that's really it. No dude wants to stick around for that. But yeah, it is becoming an increasing problem in the online space. We need to see what we can do about that. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Andrew Tate would not let his daughter work. That's crazy. Just become a breeding farm, that's it. That's literally it. Crazy. Okay, next up, what do I have? Ah, yes. We have this one still. Alrighty. I haven't reacted to Ref for quite a while. I haven't reacted to any Ref videos, and this one is quite interesting. They want to decolonize these problematic games. It's not going well. Whoever says this. This is about cozy. They want to, if I understood this correctly, they want to decolonize cozy games like Stardew Valley, and generally just indie games probably. And I see Sweet Baby Inc. And I love talking about that abomination that is Sweet Baby Inc. And Kim Bel Air. We'll see. We will see.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. So I'm sure everyone watching this video already knows
Tristan J. Tarwater. They, them. Because I'm literally two people.
one of the biggest problems plaguing the video game industry currently, and that is themes of colonialism in your favorite cozy games. Yes, this is what happens when members of the gaming industry have too much time on their hands, and they
get these fuckers out of here. What? Wait. Oh? Wait, would that technically fall under dinkum because you build a farm in Australia? I can't do can't do this anymore. I can't do this. Decolonize games. I thought like they wanted more diverse developers for indie games, or more diverse characters for indie like cozy indie games. It is about literally looking into if there's like colonialism in their mechanics. Does that mean that would that apply to all farming games? Technically? What the fuck is wrong with people? It's about game violence. All the good platformers violence isn't born from games. Leave games alone. It is true. Games have nothing to do with this. We know that. So that's nothing. It's more so that literally colonialism in video games. They them. Is it one very fat person? I do not know. Probably. They are work. He is. It's a dude, right? Tristan, that sounds like a dude. Is working at Sweet Baby, so probably.
They start creating problems that can only be described as first world problems. One of the examples of something we're talking about today, a panel about decolonizing cozy games. Now, this was shared by Master of the TDS. I'll put a link to his YouTube channel in the description, but he shared an...
Oh, I can recommend Master of the TDS and his wife. They're a lovely couple. They are a lovely couple. Just popped in. Hi, Bryson. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. I can't speak. They just want control. Ah, yeah, very true. Of course, they just want control.
Absolute doozy with us today, and this all comes from a recent expo called Game Devs of Color Expo, which just wrapped up 2 days ago. And during this, there was a lot of different panels talking about different things. Here's one.
These games can't be good. These games can be good. Oh my good. They even have the pronouns. No. Dude, Z. What? No. Why would you do that to yourself?
Another example, a panel about avoiding the yikes, a guide to working with sensitivity consultants. So it's very odd to see someone make their entire career about fighting a problem they describe as a yikes. Like, it sounds kind of goofy when you label what you think is so important as a yikes. But you can see, this is like the average consultancy group right here. You can see all the pronouns, everything from they to even they. How fun. And, well, you can see this is the...
Oh, well, that's how that's pronounced. Kojoba music is starting to get a little growth on Spotify. Nice. Zay, new terms, 2025. But I don't think that one's that new, actually. That one's been around for a bit. Like 2 or 3 years, maybe?
Description here. Do you have a great idea, but you're worried you might be getting something wrong or exaggerating in stereotypes? Maybe you want to create a diverse world, but need advice on how to do it. Are your characters from different backgrounds and have different experiences than people working on your project? Where have you heard that one before? In this panel, our group of sensitivity and cultural consulting experts addresses when, how, and who to engage for consulting to level up your game and the benefits they can bring.
This does nothing. The moment I hear diversity is the moment I pack my things and I'm not touching that game. Not gonna lie. 2 men walked into a bar. The other one ducked. Man. Hi, Fable Phantom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I want to say something unhinged, but I'm not going to. Actually, I'm going to. I wonder if the games industry would just explode when somebody would make like a hyper white game. Like just everything is just like white people and European culture. They would just explode probably. People like Kim at Bel Air would start exploding.
They answer common questions and describe common pitfalls when hiring or not hiring for sensitivity consulting. Sweet Baby Inc. wasn't just a company, it is an idea. that is still spread throughout a lot of the industry. If you think they are gone, absolutely not. We're even going to see some.
Somebody shut down. Somebody shut down. Somebody shut down. Somebody. Well, we can't really shut down Bridge. Bridge is everything that this stuff is like talking about, right? I just like to point out that none of these inclusive game companies showed any support to me. They knew about my game. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. They need to be safe and cushions and cute and not inoffensive. It's just ugh.
Sweet Baby Inc. employees in this video today. Now, of course, the main talk I wanted to go over, which was shared earlier, is the decolonizing cozy games. And this is a Sweet Baby Inc. employee right here in charge of it, saying what's so cozy about doing chores when you're at the center of the universe. We'll delve into cozy games and how they uphold values of colonialism in their mechanics and narrative. More than just being about vibes, cozy games project an idea of what is safe and rewarding for players and often promote values of capitalism by rewarding individualism and consumption.
I hear communists talking. This sounds like communist. This is communist rhetoric. This Tristan person is a commie. Like, straight up. This is, like, literally, right? By rewarding individualism, something that does not exist under under communism, and consumption, which also doesn't really exist under communism. This is just a communist. This is just a communist. Am I stupid for this? This sounds like straight up commie shit. Nah, you always know what I say about communists. They aren't real people. Hyper White would actually be a hilarious name for a dystopia game where only white people are left. No non-white music, food, etc. These people would just explode.
Yeah, unfortunately, it appears that when you're world building or building a civilization, these things might pop up. There might be some financial winners and losers, and it's very ironic to see people complain about themes of capitalism in a video game, in a genre of video games, that only exist because of capitalism. That is the funniest thing. And same with the consultancy groups. They only exist because of capitalism. This is a very, very interesting approach here, but they're going to give us plenty of examples of what make.
I still don't understand. These people have never picked up a history book, not once. Communism does not work. They're all commies, for sure. Communism has never worked. It will never work. It doesn't work. The idea, like, communism sounds like a good idea when you're like 9 or 10. Yo, everybody gets to have the same. Nobody has to hunger. Nobody has to, everybody gets what they need. Well, until you realize that the powerful will still have a lot of money and power, obviously. Until you realize that instead of a few people not having food, nobody has food. Everybody starves. I guess everyone has the same then, huh? This has never worked out. Not by cozy games. It's too late. They must be decolonized. And removing of individualism and consumption and capitalism. Sorry, bro. You're too late, Cocos. Also, hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's just so fucking stupid. These people are so stupid. Go ahead. Ask the last living members who have experienced socialist Germany. Go ahead. Ask those how it felt. How it felt. Ask the people that ran to the other side. Go ahead, do that.
A game showing off these colonial aspects, if you will. And some of them are absolutely crazy. In fact, they would make games like Stardew Valley problematic. Stardew Valley, one of the pillars of cozy games, right? I'm pretty sure it was made by one person, And 10 years after release, it's still sitting at a casual 63,000 in-game players on a random Sunday afternoon. But this game is problematic. Yeah, it's actually colonizer themed. You know why? Because it has weather patterns. Yes, if your game, your cozy game, has weather patterns, you might be promoting colonialism. Did you know that? Did you know that colonizers control the weather? Yeah, I'm not joking, but Master of the TDS would share some of the related information from this.
I need information on this. If that's actually true, I'm jumping. I'm just like taking a swan dive from the next highest building. That's gotta be a joke, ref. That's gotta be a joke. This sounds like China's controlling the weather.
Talk or presentation, however you want to describe it, and they give examples of colonialism.
So many white people. Yeah, who would have guessed that in the Western world, where most people are white, that there would be white people? White people found in Europe. Retards shocked. White people found in the US. People are shocked. Outside individual who saves the day. Wait, actually, okay. Wouldn't that wait. Would that oftentimes also make would make other games like pro-colonialism, right? This would make, for example, what is there? Let me think. What does that mean? Like specifically, that would mean that every character that comes to another world and saves. That would mean technically every isekai anime. That would mean technically every isekai anime is about has like colonialistic ideas, right? Because somebody comes from another world into another world and saves the day. Wait. Harvest Moon is pro-colonialism. Moonstone Island is also pro-colonialism. The new Hyrule Warriors game is technically pro-colonialism because technically Zelda comes from the future into the past. We're so cooked. The land is there for the taking because it's but the setting is always that it's there for the taking. Like, you can have it. That's like the point. You can have it. Oftentimes they give you it. Corn and wheat make numbers go up. What else would you... So basically just money. Wait. Most RPG, very true. It makes all isekai anime pro-colonialism true and real. Literally just money. Nuclear Family, that one blue slime anime is pro-colonialism true and real. What? See, when I say they want to wipe out the nuclear family. See, they're not even hiding it. I'm gonna say it. They're not even hiding it anymore. I'm gonna be honest. They're not even hiding it anymore. Two gen family. Do you mean two gender family? I think. I have no idea what that means. Monochronic structures. 4 seasons, Gregorian calendar. Alright. I'm pretty sure most places have at least 4 seasons. Most places have 4 seasons! And where these games are made, people have 4 seasons. What? He's actually not... Rev was not lying. Well, it's not weather, but it's seasons. It's seasons. Seasons are pro-colonialism. Damn, that's crazy. conveniently ancient civilizations. That applies to many, many, many games. Spirituality is silly. Well, it is. Straight up racism. I've not played a cozy game with a straight up racism. These people are fucking dumb. These people are so stupid. The moment I see this, I'm not buying that game.
In cozy games. First up, so many white people. Yeah, boo. We don't want to see white people in these games, right? That would be totally racist to not exclude a group of people from existing in a video game genre. But yeah, we're not off to a very good start, but it's probably not too surprising to see this, especially from a...
They would make a cozy game in your European setting and 80% of the game would be people of color. That's literally what they would do. That is literally what these people would do. I can't with these...
Sweet Baby Inc. employee. Here's another one saying, the outside individual who saves the day. I'm not really sure which way they're kind of going with this. I'm assuming maybe they're saying that, like, the outside person comes in and saves the simple civilization or helps build it or something, and that's somehow offensive. But the next one is very ironic for cozy games. It's colonialism if the land is there for the taking. I'm pretty sure, like, you could play Animal Crossing and this would be an issue for them because you'd be, like, doing player housing or building things or taking from the land. Like, how else would you have any of these games function at all? What are you going to do, just sit on the grass and not move? Oh, wait, that might be a problem. You're claiming up space in the grass. Oh, the land's there for the taking now, but you can see how this could apply to pretty much every single cozy type game out there. But the next one says, corn and wheats make number go up. Not even Stretch Armstrong could make a reach like that. But the next one lists the nuclear family. So having a traditional family structure in the game is a sign of colonialism. Now we saw this with, I believe it was Soul Ash 2, where the developer was getting canceled because he had a lineage system in the game. And you would have to have heterosexual couples to produce offspring. And people considered that homophobic. And he basically said, if you don't like that, this game's not.
I'm homophobic in this case. Gonna be honest, often cozy games literally have the most diverse characters than 90% of gaming genres. Which makes sense, yes. I agree. Also, it does make sense because these oftentimes also come from, like, first of all, smaller studios. It also makes sense because... specifically, this is very much focused on also farming games, right? This is very much focused on farming games and games where there is a romance feature. So having a lot of different characters with different characteristics, different looks, different features, makes sense. That is there. So everyone has something they might like. Also, you don't realize it. There needs to be diversity to the point where there's not a single white... There cannot be a single white pixel on a person in the game. Not only that, if they show any ounce of heterosexuality, it is colonialism. Or racism. Or homophobia. Or whatever phobia you want to insert.
For you, but this is just how I want this game to function because it just makes sense for the purpose of what I'm doing in this game, and it would mess up a lot of the systems in the game, would make things more complicated. So appeasing to one person who probably wasn't going to buy the game anyways, who's making these concerns, not the best choice for the developer, and they got somewhat canceled for it. But we're seeing this pop up again. And here's another a bulleted list here saying monochronic structures, 4 seasons, and the Gregorian calendar. 4 seasons. So having weather cycles is now problematic. So if you're excited about the changing of the seasons in your cozy game, you're enjoying that shift from the fall to the winter, you are engaging in colonialism. You didn't even know it until now, so you're welcome. Here's another one saying conveniently ancient civilizations. I don't know, again, which way they're going with this. Like, is it trying to say that the portrayal of these ancient civilizations is offensive, or the values of the ancient civilizations are offensive and people just want to be able to engage with that in the game? I don't know. But the next one says spirituality. It's silly. Now, I don't think they're talking about religion. I think they're talking about like new age spirituality or something like that. So I don't know about.
Sorry, but believing in the rocks is silly. And another thing, I don't want racism for white women in games. Sorry. Astrology can go kick a bucket. Also, most of the times games where you can date both, but that's not what they want. If you pick male, you can only date males or anything that does not identify as woman. And if you pick a woman, you can only date women and anything that does not identify as a man. You can tell they don't actually play these games. Or games to begin with. Oh yeah, we can tell that these people... Games are not run by games are not made by gamers. And these consulting companies don't play games.
That one. But then the last one, straight up racism. You know, of course, because there's straight up racism in a lot of cozy games. You know, there might be some like way off brand, small, indie dev, one man.
Depending on the view I have, depending on what I look at, in what way I look at things, anything could be considered racist. And sure, anything. I think we need to go back to colorblind racism was so good. Anti-racism was so good. Colorblind anti-racism was so good. Just ignoring skin color altogether completely. Astrology, I just yesterday thought of it. Look at the sky recently. Is it just me or barely see stars anymore? It's just dying. You can see stars clearly only from deserts and such. Very simple, because of light pollution. You will see less and less stars. If you turned off all the lights in the world at one point in night, you would see a lot more. You would see crazy things. What the hell are they talking about? Spirituality is silly. I don't know. They don't specify.
Created cozy game that has something like that going on, but we're not talking about anything that has a significant following or level of support. I just think we're doing some reaching here, but let's move on to some lists of games that are successful, and I find one of them to be very interesting. So games to check out if you want something that is a cozy game that is not adhering to these acts of colonialism, these themes of colonialism in the game. One of them listed is Tales of the Shire, which of course has a connection to Sweet Baby. How convenient this would be listed off as a good example of a cozy game. And Tales of the Shire is, of course, supposed to be a cozy game based on the Lord of the Rings IP. It's one that was announced quite some time ago, and it was met with a lot of criticism. Because
yeah, it eventually... eventually you'd end up also with Tales of the Ass Beating, because that is what happened. It's not only light, it's the unclean air. It could also be like the stuff that's in the air, sure, but it's also a lot of light pollution that causes this. You would see more without the light, way more.
There's a lot of people are looking at the Weta Workshop, one of the devs behind it, and they had a lot of DEI related stuff on their website. I actually looked back and it seems like they got rid of a lot of it. So maybe they're kind of getting self-aware where, you know, the first thing they were saying to you is like, hey, our greatest strength is our diversity. And then people are like, well, how is that going to make a good game with hobbits? You know what I mean? And people also started looking at some of the preview clips, and it's, you know, it just kind of adds up Now, of course, this is a game that wasn't supposed to like reinvent the wheel. It's supposed to be like a cozy game where you're just going around as a hobbit, having fun, making homes, doing stuff like that. But it kind of dropped the ball. And right now, as you can see, only like 2 months since its release, down to 400 players in game. Just not a real recipe for success. I do feel like they fumbled the ball with this one a little bit. And you can see it actually got off to a pretty impressive start with about 6,000 players. I think that's still underwhelming for an IP like this, but it dropped off really quickly and it's pretty much flatlined. I believe on the 15th they had their latest major update.
That only goes to show that a successful IP does not make a successful game. It's also like I don't feel like people give much of a rat's ass about the Hobbits, I'll be real. We saw enough from the Hobbits because of the Hobbit movies, and also because, like, right, the main character is literally a Hobbit. I don't know. I feel like the premise itself just doesn't do well, in my opinion.
And it didn't do anything for them. But yeah, this is quite the wild ride. I wonder if we're gonna get more of these screenshots from these presentations. They gotta be pretty good, right? This is apparently only a small snippet, and if other people got them out there, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, that's gonna do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
I've shared my thoughts enough. These people are retarded. Just make the game you want to make. Make the game you feel like you want to make. Don't listen to any DI consultants. Don't listen to any people that would not want to buy your game anyways. The people that they try to appeal to do not buy these games. They do not play these games. The harsh truth is that when we look at all these weirdo games like Concord, whatever the EU funded, what was it? Dustborn, these all fail. These all fail. That is just the truth. Dude, just make the game you want to make. And if you want to make a game that only has, I don't know, white people, I don't give a rat's ass. Make a game that only has white people. Make a game that only has, I don't know, Namekians. I don't care. Slug people. Slug men. I don't know. Just make the game that you feel like you're comfortable with making, and don't listen to any other dumbass. That's all I can say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Can't hear this anymore. People need to be stopped. Anyways, I'm gonna... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pokemon is colonialist. I just realized that. Right? For example, the main character from Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon moves from Kanto to Alola and saves the day. So it's already double pro-colonialism. And you can't own the Pokepelago. That's already triple. What else is there? I don't know. Well, technically, you could sell berries in that game, so I guess wheat can make money go up. Quadruple. Man. These people. These people are people of all time. Alright. Since the Gumper has not returned yet, we're gonna do this one. It's gonna be a longer. Oh boy. This cannot be nice. Oh boy. Yikes. Most painful podcast I've ever watched. By Penguin Zero. I have no idea what this podcast is about. I just know it's painful, and if it's gotta be painful, I have to see it. Obviously, as usual, as was recommended, we'll jump in. We'll jump in.
I actually cannot believe the podcast that I just watched. Who remembers?
It can't be that insane. It can't be that insane. I think it's just overreacting. It can't be this crazy. It can't.
Ned from the Try Guys, huh? Any Ned enthusiasts? Ned Fulmer, yeah, Fulmer family, Ned Fulmer guys, where we at, huh? Well, I'm sure you recall in 2022, there was the huge scandal that went public about how he'd actually been cheating on his wife for quite a while with their producer at the Try Guys. It was a huge deal, of course, led to the dissolving of their marriage. It basically kicked Ned off of the public sphere, and he has remained in the back rooms for the last 3 years. He has just crawled his way out of the Shadow Realm and surfaced with a podcast called Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer. His first guest, his ex-wife, so he could talk directly to her about all of the cheating. It's like podcast
This can't be good. Oh god, this is gonna... Well, you know what I think of cheaters? I don't think I need to elaborate what I think of cheaters. I've been through it. I'm aware. I don't need to elaborate. I know this. I'm aware of it.
Therapy or some shit, and it actually makes me think podcasting should straight up be illegal or have like some kind of like rigorous vetting protocol.
License. A podcasting license. Bring it. The podcasting license.
In place where you need like a license to own podcasting equipment. This is fucking agonizing. It takes so much to make me turn something off that I've committed to watching. I will stomach any amount of like revolting dog shit this planet has to offer. I could watch Two Girls, One Cup 100 times back to back to back to back to back to back to back without even blinking. But this was too agonizing. I had to turn it off after 30 minutes. It is brutal to sit through. I can only imagine what she...
It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. Is this just an entire podcast episode of him trying to justify his cheating? Is that what this is going to be? This can't be this bad.
Was feeling with this because he kind of like talks about himself as if he's like some kind of a victim, like a survivor of his own cheating scandal. It's weird.
He is trying to justify it. Guillotine.
Weird. You have to see this.
Strange to think that people are watching this and listening to it rather than just being in like a therapy setting.
Oh heck yeah. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm on the verge of like standing up and walking out of this room. Absolutely.
Understandable.
Understandable, and you should have. You should have. You were cheated on. You should not have anything to do with this with this pathetic excuse for a man. You should just stand up and leave. But you're not doing that!
And no one on the planet would blame her if she did. I think that is a totally reasonable response. It is still so baffling to me that this even got made in the first place, to be honest. Now, Ned did give like a pre-game speech here, but I just wanted to show you that he did actually sit down with his ex-wife and have an hour-long discussion with her about him cheating and him like prodding her, poking her like, and how did you feel about that? Yeah? Wasn't good, was it? Thought not.
This is a public humiliation ritual. Woman, what are you doing? Lady, what are you doing? This is a public humiliation. No. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would any self-respecting person do that to themselves? Why?
It's so fucking weird.
Hi, I'm Ned Fulmer. 3 years ago, I cheated on my wife with my producer. It became a massive public scandal that caused a lot of pain to a lot of people.
Is the producer male or female?
I know that I represented myself as a kind of wife guy who talked about his relationship and put that out there for public consumption.
Big wife guy. Ned Fulmer used to be synonymous with wife guy. I think. I don't know. I was never the biggest consumer of Try Guys content, but from what I understand, that was like a core part of his identity, like his whole personality revolving around like being the wife guy. So of course that made everything even worse for him, even though it was already extremely bad. Now, this has been pointed out by a lot of people, and I don't know if this is how he's always been, if he's just this kind of quirky, zany guy who likes vocal fry, but a lot of people mentioned, and it's very clear, he is putting on, like, an extra dollop of vocal fry. It is brutal to listen to. It sounds like out of a cartoon when a character is mocking somebody else. Yeah, I may have presented myself as a wife guy. It's so like nails on a chalkboard.
And
women, I'm addressing you 8%. I'm addressing you right now because I need to say this. Psychologically, cheaters never change. They will never change because they lack impulse control. There's a very likely chance that he did not. Technically, cheaters don't cheat, not only cheat on their partners, they technically cheat on themselves because they lack impulse control. And oftentimes, there's likely nothing you can do, and they're repeat offenders. If a man, or actually, also men, if a man or a woman tells you, but women are more forgiving, so mostly addressing women here. If a man is saying that he cheated before in a relationship, then first of all, don't take this man. Second of all, he's gonna be a repeated offender. Cheaters are oftentimes repeated offenders. They will do it again because first and foremost, they don't cheat on you as a partner. They technically cheat on themselves because they betray themselves because they lack impulse control. Done with that.
And you, as a viewer, I know that I broke your trust. One step is to publicly witness the pain of my partner, Ariel. This is a conversation with Ariel in this video. It's painful at times. It's honest, vulnerable, brutal.
But why? Why do you want to broadcast you publicly witnessing the pain you have caused your ex-wife? Why wouldn't this just be a conversation had with like a professional or just between you two behind closed doors? Why do we...
Because people are retarded and do want to, first of all, it might actually be into it and humiliate. Maybe he wants to humiliate her. I don't know. Could be. Second of all, we live in a time where everything just gets like put on the internet, right? Every relationship drama, every whatever freaky weird shit you have done, because again, for some odd reason, people really love to tell others how much they suck for some odd reason. I don't know. It's just weird. Or whatever they're going through when they should be keeping that to themselves. And people don't even realize that this might be weaponized later on, and this will be weaponized later on. Also, real restraint not created by forgive someone's crime. True.
You need to be invited into this. This is him just making like a public spectacle and trying to like get back into the internet zone. So he drags his ex-wife in here to try and like reopen the wounds here publicly, so that way he can paint it as him like taking the accountability, this public flogging that he's going to give himself, listening to all the pain and suffering
he is trying to save his career, and I hope it doesn't work.
Caused her. And the whole podcast is him kind of like prodding, like, and how did my cheating make you feel? Did it make you feel bad? Yeah, I bet it. Yeah. No, it sounds. I know it made you feel bad. Yeah. No, it sounds about right. It made you feel bad, right? All while he's filming it to try and milk this devastating event that she's gone through for his own personal views and his own attempt at a comeback. That's how it seems. The catchphrase, I believe, for his podcast, which you can find on his About section, sometimes the only way out is through one podcast at a time. That is the slimiest shit. Oh my god.
As disappointed as we were that something so private and painful became such a public spectacle, I get why people were so outraged, and I understand that is the reason that she can't move forward with any sort of public thing without addressing this. So this is that. This is
I'm going to have to call dirty barnacles on that right there. I don't buy that reasoning at all. He is literally launching a podcast off the back of his ex-wife being the first guest in it. And he's trying to paint it like he's doing this so that way she can move on.
He's also essentially farming her pain for content. Despicable man.
Because all of this went public and, you know, it's taken such a huge toll and she wouldn't be able to do public things because this would get brought up from the past. So this is how we're both going to heal and move forward. Like, I completely understand that for her in particular, her having any other, like, public-facing job or something, this would be brought up. I get that. And that is very difficult, no doubt. But this does not seem like Ned Fulmer just trying to do something to help her not have to deal with something like that.
I feel like this is a necessary thing.
Yeah, we've kind of been just keeping our lives very private for the last 3 years.
We have.
Just almost hiding from the world.
We've been hiding. We've been hiding from the world. And I'm not going to lie, it's been kind of great.
Now, I felt I needed to include this section.
Woman, why are you sitting around with this failure of a man? Ditch him. You can find better. You can find better. Well, you probably have already, but you shouldn't sit with that man in the room again. Please, I beg of you, please.
In here because she is saying that she believes it was also somewhat necessary to publicly discuss this finally after so long, but that the time they spent away she's felt is kind of great. But since this was a public thing, it seems like she agrees that there needed to be some kind of like public resolution to it to move on. Now, I'm gonna go against the grain a little bit here. I don't think it's necessary. You do not owe strangers online an explanation to how private matters were handled. Yes, this did happen in the public eye with the scandal, you know, blowing up and the cup runneth over on Ned's unfaithfulness, but that doesn't mean that you need to do anything further publicly just for the internet to bear witness to. But if you do feel like there is like some kind of obligation to have some kind of like public, you know, closure to it, is this really the best way to do it? Because to me, it really feels like Ned is using this as a self-serving thing. This is the
Again, I think he's using it to save his career. The problem is that he should technically just be, what's the word? This should have not been on the internet. This should have been between you two and the professional, or just between you two. Why are you opening up her wounds to others on the internet and also just straight up in public? I do not understand this. This looks like a humiliation ritual. It just looks like a humiliation ritual.
Kickoff to his podcast, and this is obviously something he knew would get a lot of views. To me, it feels more like a calculated business call as opposed to something to try and help both of them like heal and move forward.
Myself to strangers. It's like, oh, let's exchange Instagrams. I'm like, well,
right?
Here's mine, but couple of caveats. One, I have a lot more followers than you might expect. Two, all of this is pretty outdated. And three, don't Google me.
Don't Google me.
Don't Google me.
You
Just
probably don't want to Google me.
Get to know me first. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You don't want to be just sort of seen as.
See, the good thing about him cheating is everybody knows he's a cheater now. You can just easily Google this. So every woman can, thankfully, very much avoid this failure.
It's the sum of your mistakes for me, or the sum of your past for you.
I cut a lot of this section out here, but Ariel mentioned how like making friends has been a little weird because of all of this, because they'll come into it with some kind of like preconception based on what they've seen from the public and such, and Ned immediately is like, well, actually, me too. I'm going through something similar. I'll try and make a friend, introduce myself, and they like ask for my Instagram. I'm like, whoa, bump the brakes, buddy. Instagram, I don't know about that. Whatever you do, don't Google Ned Fulmer. Definitely don't do that. You know, you don't want to be viewed with some of your mistakes, or I guess in your case, Ariel, the sum of the past. Am I right? Yeah, we're kind of like two peas in a pod when it comes to this problem we're both experiencing.
The difference is there. The difference is there that his is like self-made, right? His problems finding like friends, so to speak, though I don't know who would ever want to be friends with somebody like that. His is like self-inflicted. Hers is not.
Experiencing, and he's like trying to like meet her in the middle there, like relate to her, but Ariel did nothing wrong. Ariel is completely a victim in all of this, who is now sharing like how it has affected her, even like socially making friends. And Ned's like, oh, me too. I'm super victimized by it as well. Like, they Google Ned Fulmer, they see I fucking cheated on my wife, and they don't want to be my friend. It's so weird, right? Like, you and I were going through like the same thing on this. Am I right? Like, this is.
I wouldn't want to be friends either. I would not be friends either. Like, if the moment I find out somebody's cheating, I'm like, I'm good.
What I'm talking about, where I feel like Ned's not actually trying to like help, you know, move forward here. It really feels like this is just his springboard for the podcast.
We are still friends. We have children together. We go on trips together.
That makes it even worse. That makes it even worse. They have children. That makes it just infinitely worse. Why did you do this to your wife and your children? Why?
Right.
Like, you know, there's a spectrum of being together, not together.
Right.
Like there's ways in which we're together, but it's like the way that everyone wants to know, like, are you guys still like an item? Are you guys still a couple? Like, no.
Of course you're not a couple. This man cheated. Obviously. Why would you want to be a couple still? It makes sense, right? Look it up and then you know. Stupid.
We really haven't been at all this last 3 years.
No, we haven't.
So I've been saying ex-wife this whole time, but now that I'm rewatching this section, that's not the case. Apparently they are still technically married, but they are separated. They are not like dating, they're not a couple anymore, but they're not divorced either. And I think that might have been covered later in the podcast, but like I said, I could not stomach this whole thing. It's actual misery. It is literally like this miasma of like sadness. So I didn't finish the episode where that might have been a.
So you did not break, like you did not divorce. Interesting. Don't tell me she's going to attempt to fix her relationship. Don't tell me.
But this whole time I've been saying ex-wife. But that, I guess, is not the case. What is for sure, though, is that they are not together, and she has not forgiven Ned for what he's done.
People ask me, like, do you forgive Ned for what he did? And, I mean, the answer is no. Absolutely not. How can you forgive somebody for lying to you, for cheating on you? No. Fuck no. I don't even, it's
good decision on your part. Very good decision on your part. Cheaters are to not be forgiven ever. Very good on her part. Hi dear, how you doing? Hope you doing good. Hello.
Sorry, I saw red for a minute. It's like, no, the answer is no.
Yeah, that checks out. You should not forgive somebody that has done what Ned Fulmer has done to you. Absolutely not. And I'm really happy to see her just come down with the iron fist like, fuck no. Absolutely not. And Ned just sits there, hitting one of these.
It's hard to hear you saying, like, fuck no, I don't forgive you. But of course I get it. I mean, you're still, as much progress as we've had, you're still very angry.
Yeah, of course I'm angry. You know, we're talking about Like,
this is where I started getting like a little.
This is the greatest betrayal you could ever do to somebody. And people are like, oh, she's gonna be over it. She's gonna be you can't get over it. No, you actually can't. See, trauma that is created in a relationship can only be fixed by another relationship. See, you cannot fix the fear of getting cheated on, right? This is permanent. He did permanent damage to this woman, right? Permanent damage. You can no longer fix the damage that has been done. It will get less, but it will always be around. The fear of getting cheated on will always persist. He has done permanent damage to this woman, and she will never fully recover from this. This is one of the greatest betrayals you can ever do to a person. Straight up. No denial. There's a smart quote I like to take with me. There's no second chances to create first impressions. Okay, interesting. If you cheat and disown the trust, eat the consequences. He certainly is eating.
Wiggle worm-esque, where I was like kind of squirming in my seat a little bit, because now it's getting much more into the meat and potatoes of like the cheating itself, which Ned is spearheading the conversation of. She's like, yeah, it hurts to hear you don't forgive me, but, you know, I get it. We made a lot of progress, but you're still angry. And it's like, yeah, man, of course you're still going to be angry, but why are you using that as a piece of content for you?
Still feels like a humiliation ritual.
Your podcast launch. And you can see how difficult this topic is for her. She then goes into detail about how everything unfolded for her, where she got this news from fans, and she was being sent pictures, and she starts going through, like, what that was like for her emotionally. And it's really, really sad. And then immediately following that, this is Ned's question.
How did having it become such a public scandal kind of change everything for you? Did it make it worse? Did it make it easier? Did it just sort of make it surreal?
It was so many different things.
His questions suck shit through a crazy straw. These questions are fucking terrible, man. Brother, what? Did it going public, I was cheating on you for a long time and then everyone found out. They were the ones that told you, by the way, not me. Did that make it, like, easier for you, you think? Just explain that to me a little bit, if you don't mind, about how...
This is humiliating. This is a public humiliation. Oh, no. Now we're really starting to get the public humiliation part. Slowly, but surely. Girl, I would have just stood up and left. Why are you giving this dude even the time of the day? I know he's the father of your children, okay? But man.
How public it was. What was that like being in the middle of that, if you don't mind? And then his next question, I think, is his worst one.
What was that moment like when everything changed for you?
Awful, obviously.
What was that moment like, huh? Hey,
yeah. This is a rhetorical question. You know the answer. Hi, Alexia. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, can you walk me through exactly what it felt like when you found out that your husband, whom you have children with, has actually been cheating on you for a very long time? Can you please describe in detail what you felt?
How does it feel that I fucked another woman? You could have just asked this bluntly. That's literally what the question is. How do you feel that I slept with another person? How does that make you feel?
When you learn that information about me. I'd love to know, if you don't mind. If that isn't the most brain-dead fucking question I've ever heard, Ned, it probably didn't feel good. What does asking this question even do to help either of you, like, heal from this? Please, walk me through the trauma when you learn that your husband, have been cheating on you for quite a long time. This is something, again, like I said, that should have been, like, with a therapist, not a microphone. Microphones do not do that job. And I'm assuming over the last 3 years, and based on the conversation, they have talked, in detail with each other and with others about this. Why bring it up for the sake of cameras to capture it for your podcast. That's why I'm saying this feels like it is all truly self-serving for Ned to try and like
How do you use... exactly. This is like a... Look how much of a good dude I am. Look how great I am. Look how, See, I'm trying to fix things. I'm trying to set things straight. There is no thing setting straight. I think you should be castrated.
gain some kind of audience online.
I think there was a lot of sort of delusions and rationalizations that you, as the person doing that, sort of are telling yourself as to why it's not so bad, or why it's gonna be okay, or why actually this talked about it in this way. And then it's like, I remember that moment, it all just kind of like fell down where I...
This one I'm going to take a little pause break for, like a little halftime show moment here, because he's about to get into the most painful part, and this is when I turned it off. And what I want
He is going into the... Is he going into the justification of cheating? This might actually... Not gonna lie, this might actually be the worst podcast. The most painful podcast. Oh, yeah. This might actually be up there, for sure.
to make a mention of here is, for some reason, Ned is the one at the helm here. He's in the driver's seat and is basically, and this is something I saw like August the Duck point out as well, he is mainly talking
August the Duck mentioned
about like moments, as opposed to like talking about how much he himself fucked up. He is entirely to blame for this, yet he is the one that gets to steer the conversation and talk kind of broadly about it and focus on like this moment. What did you feel in that moment? As opposed to like letting her talk about it and letting her kind of dictate where the conversation goes and the questions and that kind of thing. It is so odd, and it does feel unfair that Ned is the one that is spearheading all of it. It doesn't make sense, given that he is the one, the cheater, that did all of this, and yet he gets to be the one in control of this conversation here that supposedly he's doing to try and help her, you know, move forward in like a public-facing environment.
Totally could see how devastated and just completely traumatized you were. And then it was just like, oh, everything changed for me as well. I'm like, oh no, this is like I've been hurting this person that I love this whole time.
You didn't realize until then?
Well, you know, but then there's other things you tell yourself to come.
Woman just said up, leave. His voice pissed me off. Yeah, this low rumbly thing what he's doing, right? He's not really open your fucking mouth, open your throat. Like, why you were talking like this is so annoying, dude. Bro, what is this? I think she doesn't just get up and leave the room. Not that she doesn't feel betrayed of some sort, but she might trust the guy who hosts the interview. I mean, there might be some rest level of trust in this man, right? There might be some rest level of trust in this dude. This is so uncomfortable.
Kind of, sort of compartmentalize, or I guess.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. Like I said, it is a tough watch. And like I said, Ned really does feel like he talks about like these like excuses and how he's like compartmentalizing and like...
Ned, I have a request. Free rein yourself. Anyways, hi Toast, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, alright? I'm in this stream. Hopefully it ain't as freaky as the last one. Nah, everything's normal now.
You know, lying to himself, deluding himself, that kind of thing. Like, it almost feels like he's giving himself these, like, little weaselly ways in which that, you know, like, he calls it a scandal, whereas she says directly, your affair, is another thing. Like, he talks about it as a scandal, as opposed to, like, how badly he himself fucked up making this decision consciously. And now he's talking about like, yeah, no, it was like, never realized, you know, with all the ways I was like lying to myself that I was actually like hurting the person that I love. And she calls that out saying like, you didn't realize that? You didn't realize at any point that, you know, maybe what you were doing would be like really hurtful and like really devastating? He's like,
cheating is like a how do I put this? It's like progressive, right? You have like multiple options to like multiple times you can say no. There's multiple times where you can say no. This just doesn't start with, oh, actually, we just straight up slept. Like, this doesn't go just straight up sleeping with each other. There's like multiple times where we can say no. Right? And that's not what he did. Ned, go to 2 places of vocal coach and therapy. Neither of those will help, bro.
No, I just, yeah, with the way you compartmentalize, and you know, and yeah, like it's brutal. It is absolutely brutal to sit through.
It's sort of a, you know, it's like a addictive cycle, kind of feeling really guilty and ashamed, and then telling yourself the ways in which it's, you know, kind of just lying to yourself, and then, yeah.
This is so awkward. There's so much silence in this. This is awkward as fuck. There's so much silence in this. There's so much silence in this. It's so awkward.
That sigh said 1,000 things without even needing words. Ned, what the fuck? He's just bumbling. Like he is actually spitting mumbo jumbo. He's not.
He is yapping. Not in a professional way.
He's saying nothing. Literally nothing.
Of like, well, what did you do to make him look elsewhere? You know, were you not a good enough wife? Were you not, did you not make him happy enough? You know? And there's
No. We have it from psychology. Psychology. We have it. Cheaters are not made oftentimes. It's oftentimes in their nature. It doesn't matter if it was you, it could have been any other woman and you still would have done it. Reason being, he has no impulse control. That's really it. He has 0 impulse control. Finally, now it's perfect. Let's go. You did fix your dress? Nice. Her eyes, she needs to be careful in her interview. Looks like she's being somehow attacked. I would have probably already choked the man. I would have choked the man and then yeeted him out of a window or something. I don't know. I've done something. I would have done something. I don't know. She's it's just horrible. It's just, this entire podcast is horrible.
so much shame there. And I'm so tired of holding that. I'm so tired of holding it.
Unfortunately, this is a very real thing that she's describing right here, where there are people that when they hear about a husband cheating on their wife, their first response is, well, what did the wife do to make the husband do that? Must have been her fault. What, this harlot? What, she must have done something wrong. Must have been some kind of harpy over there. No, surely it was the wife's fault that Ned Fulmer, would go elsewhere to find a suitable woman worthy of his benevolent being. And she's talking about how much that has weighed on her. And she then directly asks him, how does it make you feel hearing this? That you did this to me. You have basically, put this hex on me in some people's eyes that will not go away.
How does it make you feel to hear that?
I don't think it's fair that as a society you're put in that position. It's certainly not true. And no, it's not something that I imagined as I was doing that. I think none of it was. If you really let it sink in just how much you're hurting your partner and how devastating it is, how could you do that? It's still very...
I've noticed throughout the clips you've seen, he has not once really taken accountability for what he has done. He does not take accountability for what he has done. Like right now, he's just mumbling and yapping, but he does not. Oh yeah, you don't deserve this. It's not fair by society. You know what's not fair? You cheating. That's not fair. Yeah, Ned is the cheater. How do you not notice that? Ned is the cheater. He's talking about himself here.
difficult now, even 3 years later, to see you in pain as you're talking about that. Because there's nothing I can do to change the past or to help.
This right here sums up the Ned attitude for this. This is a very manipulative answer, in my opinion. She is giving a very real account of something that she now has had put upon her because of Ned. Even outside of like the devastation to the marriage, there are people that will look at her a certain way because of what he has done. And she is now saying
that is how it works. Yes, that is how it is. He is fucked for the rest. Like, his love life is fucked for the rest of his life, right? Because, to be fair, depending on how this works, if he can kickstart like his career from this again, I hope he can. But if he does, there might be a woman stupid enough. Anyways, but he's cooked. But she has to deal with the problem, right? She has to now deal with the problem of people questioning why her husband cheated. Even in future relationships. That's the issue. In fact, this man's whole persona is in the Try Guys was the guy who's doing husband a family, who's adopting husband a family man, and this is what he did to her and to their family. That's right. He has not mentioned also once the children. The children were not mentioned once. When they are likely suffering and might possibly even just as much, absolutely, she's the victim. Yeah, she's the victim, but he wants to occasionally spin like that he can relate and that he's also in some way a victim. The only thing you're a victim of is your own animalistic behavior.
How do you feel about that? Is that something you've considered? And Ned, instead of like even addressing like, yes, I did this to you, I recognize I did this to you, he instead says, I feel really bad that unfortunately society does this. Ned, you did this to her. Yes, it is sad that society will do that. But whether or not you want to acknowledge it doesn't change the reality that it does happen, and it is something she has to live with now as a result of your actions. He softly tiptoes around it, instead focusing more on like the problem that society has with this perception that they'll put on people. I'm so sorry you're going through that, honey. What a shame. This is what I'm saying. He kind of like cushions his cheating. Like, for instance, he mainly refers to it as a scandal. Ariel's not afraid to say, like, your affair and, like, what you did, but when Ned's talking about it, it's like, oh, I was lying to myself.
Again, he's trying to save his career. This isn't really that crazy. I hate cheaters. I hate cheaters. I want them all out. I don't want to breathe the same. I don't want to breathe the same air as this man. I don't want to breathe. I want to live on the same planet. Send this man to another planet and every cheater with him. I don't care. Whose actions? The dude cheated. Well, I'm going to send Samax to Thailand. But wait, why do you want? Is she trying to find the lady boy for you?
You know, with this scandal, this scandalous stuff, that kind of thing. Like, he really likes that nomenclature. It just feels like he is very much trying to, like, soften it a bit. So I just don't buy from his side that this was supposed to try and help Ariel in some way. I don't get that feeling from him. And far be it for me to question how Ariel wants to move forward from all of this. If she does feel this is the best way of doing it, then I would then ask, why did Ned take over most of the conversation? Maybe it changes towards the end of the podcast, I'm not really sure, but for the 38-ish minutes or whatever that I watched before just tapping out, it was all Ned that would lead these talks and control it. He would just try and...
Hot take. I think that cheating should be a crime, and I think that there should be a list, right? We have like sex offender lists, right? We have like a list for sex offenders. Why not have a list for that either? Like that too, and make it a crime that you can get sued over if you have actual evidence. Of course, you would need to go to like varying degrees, right? Right? Like, is it just like emotional? Is it physical? Obviously, but yeah, that's how I see it.
Poke a like, how did you feel when I cheated? So that way she would talk about how awful it was, and he'd just sit there nodding his head. But it was always him taking the discussion where he wanted it to go. And every step of the way, I really got the feeling that Ned was playing just how awful what he did was. This was an awful thing to sit through. Like, it truly was fucking brutal. And I just had to share a little of this with you.
What a train wreck. That's pretty much the end of the video. What a train wreck. This should have... Here's my full statement. She should have never agreed to it. They should have never made it public. This feels like a public humiliation for her. I don't know what she was thinking when she did this. Probably she has still some rest faith in him, whatever. He should not be forgiven. Not by her. Not by their children. Not by the people watching them. And that's that. Cheaters can kick a bucket. I don't care. I don't care. The world is better without these people. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I will not go to Thailand. Thank you. I'm a happy, engaged man. Alright, next up. Okay, what was... let's look at... The fuck is that? Nah, we're gonna... Let's go. Let's see. We're gonna do... What is that? I'm just interested. We're gonna do this one. To some extent that in. And I'm curious. I'm very curious. This one is gonna be interesting. Alrighty. Here we go. The end of TikTok's biggest thirst trap gooner. Avanish, I think is how I pronounce it. By RKH Media. I have no idea what this is about. This is TikTok though, so it's probably gonna be brain rotting. We'll jump in. I'm curious. We'll jump in. This cannot be good, by the way. This will be peak brain rotting. Let's go. I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Kalashi. This is the moment when Ella's life changed forever. November 21st, 2023. The day he was arrested and officially registered as a sex offender.
Oh no. Oh, we're starting. We are starting with a sex offender. Ironic that I just said that earlier.
However, what most people don't know is that his rampage on the UCSD campus lasted for 13 days. 13 days of terror where multiple women were stalked, groped, and physically assaulted by this 22-year-old TikToker.
No hate, just in you curious why brown girls make their whole personality when they wear Indian clothing while over-aggressively lip-syncing to Indian audios for cloud tokens. Where's bro yapping? Everyone has an addiction. Mine just happens to be white girls with blue eyes, blonde hair, and Latino girls with green eyes and brunette hair. I don't like... this is already getting stinky.
But this arrest wasn't the beginning of his dark journey. For years, Avanish had been creating increasingly disturbing content on TikTok, expressing his hatred for Indian women and his
Females view me as attractive. How come it's a Saturday night I'm lonely and there's probably some diabolical about Indian women?
obsession with white and Latino women.
Just me. Or white girls, Latina girls, regular Latina girls, Asian girls, yellow girls, girls, light skin girls, what guys, brown girls, Indian, Persian, Chindian, what the heck? What are these combinations?
In fact, he even created a tier list ranking.
Putting a white female with long, straight blonde hair and thin waist pulling is like getting into an Ivy League. Hard to get with, but they're the most valuable, and every fucking brown man needs one. Oh, is this essentially just race play at this point?
Races by attractiveness, placing Indian women below chimpanzees.
Wow. Wow. Damn, girls.
Cacti and even men. This level of self-hatred combined with misogyny would eventually lead to his downfall. Nevertheless, to understand how someone becomes this twisted, we need to go back to where it all started. His high school years in Sugar Land, Texas, where classmates remember him as the kid who masturbated in school bathrooms and...
I went to high school with Avanish. I won't say too much because I don't want to reveal my identity. The first time I met Avanish, a group of boys were beating him up. I urged him to stop, and after then I would say hi to him in the hallways, and he would come by to me and my friends at lunch. That's when I noticed why someone would want to beat him up. He would make weird advances towards us. So much so, me and another girl had to report him to faculty. After that school year, we never talked much again, but he went on to create a drama page for the school, like my interactions with him. At first it was harmless and funny, then it became him documenting girls that he wanted to go on dates with. He even promoted an event on his story to get a girl to meet him in a hallway, and P.S. no one met him in the hallway. It was all a cop beating his meat with a school computer. I don't know, I just thought I should mention that. The reason I have shared this is because it is evident that he has shown signs of this deviant behavior since childhood, and people giving him likes and social media fame enabled that. I wish the adults in our lives back then recognized this too. Ugh! Well, that's horrible.
Wrote cringe-worthy songs to ask girls out. Avanish Kanala was born on September 25th, 2001 in Austin, Texas, to parents from Hyderabad, India. His family moved to Sugar Land, an affluent suburb of Houston known for its diverse Asian American population.
I'm about to put the trigger, I'm gonna put it to your trigger eye.
During his time at Jules High School and later Clemens High School, Avanish displayed disturbing behavior patterns that would foreshadow his future crimes. According to multiple classmates, he had no close friends and would eat lunch alone or hide in bathrooms. Specifically speaking, his desperate need for attention led him to create a drama page for his high school on Instagram. But here's...
Hi, the terrified man. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. These fair-skinned Latina females on my For You page is the reason y'all get exclusive free entry, along with white chicks, to my 21st in LA because y'all deserve it. Better see that hot tub filled with y'all. Help. Help. Help! What is this degenerate? Oh no!
The twisted part, he was quickly exposed as the account owner because he kept posting unnaturally positive things about himself. However, his most notorious high school behavior was being caught masturbating in the school bathroom. According to his classmates, Avanish would go to the bathroom with his school-issued laptop and his phone almost every day at the same time, and the school administrators were aware of it too. He was caught multiple times and photographed at least twice.
Avanish's album dropped.
Unfortunately, Avanish's attempts at gaining popularity through music were equally disturbing. He wrote multiple songs, including With the Gang and Valedictorian, which he would play loudly on the school bus. His lyrics were not just bad, they were creepy. Songs like asking girls not to ever leave my side while comparing their eyes to diamonds revealed his possessiveness and obsessive nature toward women. But the music was just the beginning. Avanish faced multiple accusations of harassment during.
What is his obsession with white ladies? I do not understand. What is bro's obsession? Oh my goodness.
During high school, he was reported to school administration for following and harassing a 14-year-old girl when he was 17 or 18.
14?
Avanish update possibly getting kicked out of his third school.
These weren't minor incidents. The messages he sent to victims were explicitly sexual and threatening. One victim shared screenshots showing his persistent harassment and inappropriate comments. As a result, Avanish received 2 restraining orders and was banned from his high school campus after graduation. This pattern of behavior toward
Why is he a thirst trap, though? Well, wait. Hold up. No, he's gooning to thirst traps. Never mind. He's gooning to thirst trap. He's not a thirst trap gooner. He is a gooner that goons to thirst traps. Now I understand the title more.
Younger girls would unfortunately continue throughout his life. Nevertheless, according to Avanish himself, his hatred for Indian women began in 9th grade when he was rejected by 2 Indian girls. In his own words, captured in a now deleted TikTok, in 9th grade, I was rejected by everybody. But honestly, I feel like Indian girls, they're not my type. Brown girls are not my type. However, he didn't stop there. He actually named 3 specific Indian girls.
See, if he said, like, I don't like Indian women. Okay. Sure, go ahead. Okay, right. Don't care. Cool. Great for you. But Mo was like, Indian women worse than monkey. Like, what do you do with that?
From his high school who he claimed bullied him into preferring white girls. This public shaming of his former classmates showed his vindictive nature.
Calling Avanish as a fake UCSD professor.
Avanish?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I was just coming back from somewhere.
It's fine. I mean, I have time. It should be quick either way.
Okay.
The reason I'm calling you is because of a TikTok in particular. Let me see if I could pull it up here.
Okay.
Last semester, my roommate moved in early. You urinated on his desk is what I'm getting.
Urinated? Urinated? On another man's desk? Goodness gracious.
Oh, that was bad.
And I'm just, because I have in my file that last semester you were enrolled at UCSD, and I wanna confirm that this did not happen in one of our dorm rooms.
The story was, like, it didn't happen here. It was, like, before I transferred, like...
And that's from University of Houston?
Yeah, so, like, it was, like, spring 2022 in, like, University of Houston. Like I peed in a cup, and they...
So he's just... So, okay. whoever's calling him tricked him into confessing what he did. Because it probably was a rumor before that. Interesting. We live in interesting times.
Okay.
After high school, Avanish attended the University of Houston, aspiring to become a doctor, but his behavior only got worse. He failed organic chemistry twice, a prerequisite for medical school, while becoming increasingly obsessed with white and Latino women in his classes. At age 20, he sent explicit messages and photos to a 14-year-old girl. The messages were so disturbing that the university police were called, though they only gave him a warning.
What do you mean, only a warning? No! Goodness, aw, man! Why is that?
Furthermore, his roommate caught him masturbating with his genitals exposed in their...
Roommate? So, dude. Oh, goodness.
shared dorm room. This pattern of public behavior from high school was clearly continuing into adulthood. During college, Avanish began creating TikTok content that would make him notorious in brown TikTok. The algorithm created space for South Asian content. His videos were deeply disturbing, featuring him dancing shirtless and moaning while filming his bare stomach, calling himself a 9 out of 10 for his ethnicity, dubbing himself the brown Justin Bieber, and creating tier lists ranking races by attractiveness. His most shocking content was a tier list placing Indian women below
The chimpanzee one is actually crazy work. Actually crazy.
Chimpanzees, cacti, gorillas, and men. This level of hatred combined with misogyny attracted attention from online communities tracking lolcows, internet personalities who provide entertainment through their outrageous behavior.
I haven't showered in 17 days and showered 6 times in junior college. Junior year of college. 6. I guess he's gotta be lying. He's gotta be lying. He has to be lying. 6 times in a single year? Bro is a smelly little dude. And fungus growing on my forehead, and I still look better than 90% of the boys my same ethnicity. Bro, get this man out of here.
The most disturbing chapter of Avanish's story began on November 8th, 2023, when he transferred to UC San Diego. What started as typical harassment quickly escalated into physical assault. For 13 days, Avanish stalked and harassed women around campus. But it wasn't just verbal harassment. He began physically grabbing women. In one incident, witnesses described
Why?
him pinning a woman to the ground before being shoved off by bystanders. Fortunately, his rampage ended on November 21st when multiple women came forward to police. The evidence was overwhelming. Security footage, witness testimonies, and victim statements painted
Well, this video is still 25 more minutes. There's gotta be more to this. There's gonna be more to this.
a clear picture of systemic assault.
I mean, I've been a bit weird with girls back in high school, but I have assaulted or touched a girl in my life.
People are starting to figure out what I did in high school. What did you do in high school? I sexually harassed her.
Why does it better? Everything changed. I love code.
Ortega. I would go with Jenna Ortega.
But you're never gonna get with Jenna Ortega. It's never gonna happen.
Oh yeah, it will.
What the previous section didn't cover was the absolute nightmare that Avanish's roommates endured during his time at the University of Houston. The disturbing behavior extended far beyond simple inappropriate conduct. His first roommate's experience was so traumatic that it forced them to move out.
Bro is looking at these women and he's about to bust. Like, to be fair, it's so weird. It's just so weird.
By winter break, during the holiday period when most students go home, Avanish remained in the dorms. But instead of using this time for self-reflection or improvement, he descended into even more disgusting behavior. Too lazy to walk to the bathroom, Avanish began urinating.
To all girls that have never finished from a guy, I'm here for you. You are not, well, you are now in jail, homie. The Terrified Man, thank you for the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the gift membership, and congratulations to Jacob once again. Bro is getting it quite often. Crazy. Money. Appreciate it. That goes straight into my support fund. Thank you.
In plastic cups, but the horror didn't stop there. He would leave these cups filled with pee on his roommate's desk, and through either carelessness or malice, he would knock them over, spilling the contents across the workspace. The spilled urine would remain uncleaned for weeks.
What is this deviant? Oh my, get this. Oh, this. Sometimes I do understand women.
Creating a pungent, foul odor that permeated the room. Combined with his refusal to take out trash, the dormitory became a complete dump, a biohazard that violated basic human decency. When his new roommate arrived at the end of winter break, they discovered the urine-soaked desk and trash scattered everywhere. The conditions were so appalling that the roommate moved out within minutes of arriving, refusing to spend even a single night in such conditions. Avanish was assigned yet another roommate, who arrived to find the same disgusting conditions. This roommate, showing more patience than anyone should have to display, actually cleaned up the urine from the desk with help from his father. The new roommate managed to
But why is he pissing on desks, though? Why is he doing that? Why is he pissing on people's desks? For the kick?
tolerate Avanish's presence until the end of the semester, but the situation had already attracted administrative attention. School officials began requesting that Avanish cease his misogynistic and racist content creation. The administration even threatened disciplinary action, particularly after the incident where he sent pictures of his genitals to a... This threat initiated a process that would likely have resulted in his
Where did he... If he pisses on my desk, his pee-pee gone? For sure his pee-pee gone. Wait a minute, what did he say? It was censors, I don't know.
Avanish cease his misogynistic and racist content creation. The administration even threatened disciplinary action, particularly after the incident where he sent pictures of his genitals to a... This threat initiated a process that would likely have resulted in his expulsion had he not
I have no idea where to send it. Indians don't claim him. The term man, thank you again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. This is just horrible. This is horrible. This is just a horrible man. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It depends on what currency it is, dear. It like the conversion rate. It doesn't matter if he's Indian, because he grew up in the United States, so it doesn't matter.
Strategically transferred to another institution. While still at the University of Houston, Avanish applied as a transfer student to Purdue University. His application was initially successful, and he was accepted to the prestigious institution. True to his attention-seeking nature, Avanish couldn't resist flaunting his acceptance on TikTok. This decision would prove to be his downfall, as it attracted the attention of current Purdue students and brown TikTok users who were already familiar with his disturbing content.
What is he doing? Let me guess, he also made look smaxer content. I could see it. I could see him being like a black pillar in a look smaxer content. Like how much he talks about like how he looks better than 80% of his people. I'm gonna be honest. No.
Multiple people, including current Purdue students, contacted the university administration. They requested access to Avanish's disciplinary records and began investigating his background more thoroughly. The investigation revealed that Avanish had lied about his high school record, deliberately omitting information about his harassment incidents and restraining orders. This deception constituted application fraud, and as a result, Purdue rescinded his acceptance over the summer. The exposure of Avanish's high school behavior, combined with a successful campaign to have him rescinded from Purdue,
Huh? I can't be the only boy that beat my meat to every hot white female cartoon character ever when I was small. What the fuck, first of all? From Princess Peach to the sisters in Johnny Test to Ash's girlfriend in Pokemon. Are you okay? I mean, he's not okay, but what the fuck?
Led to a dramatic confrontation with his father. This confrontation was captured on livestream, though some viewers questioned its authenticity. The father's words were harsh and devastating. Accusations of harassment, expressions of regret about his son's birth, and a complete cutting off of financial support. Whether staged or genuine, the emotional impact was clear.
We need a social stratification hierarchy when dating. Black and brown girls stay with them dark-skinned Indians. White and Latina girls belong to me and my fellow light-skinned Indians. Nobody's claiming you, I think. This bro is... Yeah, nah, there's no hope for homie.
And I do. Let me know, girl, what you want to do. Give me something, I'll give it to you.
The disownment appeared to have immediate financial consequences. Avanish's father locked his accounts and refused to provide any further support, leaving his son to fend for himself financially.
Friendly reminder that I'm on probation for 3 felony charges for touching up females. I'll still be more richer and successful than 95% of other Indian people in America. No, you won't. You will be in jail. You're a felon. Then, how could you be more successful?
Cut off from family support, Avanish attempted to earn money through DoorDash delivery services. However, his inability to control his impulses led to yet another failure. Multiple times, Avanish would eat the food he was supposed to deliver to customers. This blatant violation of his...
Bro, I'd be throwing hands. I'd be throwing hands the moment I found out my delivery guy ate my food. I'm sending him to Jesus. I am actually sending this man to Jesus then. No, we're not gonna do that.
Duties as a delivery driver quickly got him banned from the platform.
You eating my food.
Ahmed.
You eating my food.
Ahmed.
You eating my food.
Okay.
You ate my food. You ate my food. Why is the bag open? Why is the bag open?
No.
Why is the bag open? No what? You said what, bro? 1 second what? 1 second what? 1 second what? Look at the camera. Look at the camera. What's your name? What's your name?
Abdul.
Abdel what?
Yeah.
Abdel what?
1 second, please.
1 second what? 1 second what? Give me one reason I shouldn't. Give me one reason. Give me one reason I shouldn't. Go in here.
Sorry, man.
Give me the food.
This incident perfectly.
What the fuck? I would have thrown hands. Bro would have joined the afterlife for sure after this one. For sure.
Encapsulated Avanish's pattern of self-sabotage. Even when given legitimate opportunities to improve his situation, he would invariably find ways to destroy them through his own poor decisions. Despite the dramatic disownment, evidence suggests that Avanish's relationship with his family, particularly regarding financial support, was eventually restored. His ability to afford daily DoorDash orders from Taco Bell indicates ongoing financial assistance. Even more,
his parents are so stupid. I want membership too. Unfortunately, you can't really control that. Right on Twitch you can. Right on Twitch you can directly give memberships, but on YouTube is unfortunately not a thing, and I don't know why they have not implemented that yet.
concerning was his practice of paying sorority girls to sleep in his room, proposing access to discretionary income that wouldn't be available to someone truly cut off from family support. When Avanish crashed his car in a particularly disturbing incident involving masturbation while driving, he was able to obtain a
I think dude is a heavy corn addict as well. Why the heck are you driving a
replacement vehicle, further indicating continued family financial support. Learning from the Purdue disaster, Avanish adopted a strategy of secrecy regarding his next college transfer. He would occasionally boast on TikTok about transferring to a UC school and a top 3 public school, but refused to name the specific institution. However, his secrecy was short-lived. Students at UC San Diego discovered his name listed in the university directory, immediately triggering alarm bells throughout the campus community. The discovery led to extensive discussion on the UCSD subreddit, where students began sharing information about Avanish's background and expressing concern about his presence on campus. Even before arriving.
Hi. Ninive? I don't know. Hello. Okay. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. This guy is just... I need to recalibrate for that name. Pokeshidu, you remember? Yeah. I remember. All's good. This is just 33 minutes of a creep being creepy. This is literally just 33 minutes of a creep being extra creepy. This guy should be expelled and then jailed. This guy is a threat to all women around him.
On campus, Avanish's future roommates had discovered his identity and background. They came forward publicly, expressing their concerns about being forced to live with someone with his history. The revelation of his presence triggered immediate action from the UCSD student community. They contacted school administration and even organized petitions calling for his expulsion before he could cause harm on campus. However, UCSD administration initially refused to take action, stating that Avanish had not yet broken any campus rules. This decision would prove to be tragically short-sighted.
Okay, room... no. He's essentially inviting 20. He's essentially inviting white and Latina women for $20. I think bro is just... Oh, goodness. Why are we up at 1 a.m.? Oh, dear, you should go to sleep, my little guy. Little guy should go to sleep.
The controversy surrounding Avanish's presence had immediate practical consequences. One of his assigned roommates changed rooms before even moving in, while another changed rooms within just 5 hours of arrival.
Bro, why do you... Why, okay. What? So, you want to tell me that whoever moved in with him essentially just... What's the word? Moved in and then immediately moved out after seeing this stuff. Probably because of pissing on the desk. Is that... I'm now a felon on probation. Good. That's good already. That's all good already.
As a result, Avanish spent his entire semester at UCSD without a roommate, living alone in what should have been shared accommodation. This isolation.
Yeah, I think it's better to not have that. I think it is better to not have him there. I'll be so for real. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think this is the better way, because otherwise he's just a danger to people. Talk to poke deer. Exactly. Go to bed. That's what I'm thinking. You so dumb. I agree. He is.
Rather than encouraging self-reflection, seemed to enable his worst behaviors. His room location was eventually discovered when he live-streamed himself raiding women on campus from his dorm room. During the stream, someone banged on his door, creating noise that was audible to viewers and startling Avanish. Avanish's presence at UCSD didn't go unnoticed by local media. He was featured in both the UCSD Guardian and the San Diego Union Tribune for his controversial views in online content. The media coverage, combined with his distinctive appearance and behavior, made him easily recognizable on campus.
What's the guy's name? The one Poke is reacting to? The dude is called Avanish. A creepy man with a fixation on white and Latina women. And Asian ladies too. That's pretty much it. And he's creepy. Very creepy. Where's Somax? I don't know what girl he is. Can you react to Nuke's top 5 next? Sure. Sure.
Students began sharing his location and warning others about his presence. Avanish's living conditions at UCSD were as disturbing as his behavior. He refused to put bedsheets on his bed or arrange his room in any civilized manner. Instead of using his bed, he chose to sleep on the couch in his room. Most disturbingly, he had designated a specific spot on his couch for his bodily fluids after...
No! This just gets worse. It just gets progressively worse. It just gets progressively worse. It just gets progressively worse. It just does. Like, every single word that comes out of the person that's covering this, it just gets worse. Which bodily fluid? Are we talking about piss? Diarrhea? Gooner stains? What are we talking about here?
Probation, and he would not clean up afterward. His refusal to take out trash or clean his room led...
Oh. No! He didn't even clean it up!
To multiple complaints from other residents on his floor. The resident advisor repeatedly threatened disciplinary action if he didn't improve his hygiene standards. In one of his most pathetic attempts at social interaction, Avanish contacted a white blonde sorority girl via direct message. He offered to pay her and 2 friends $30 each to spend the night, using an opportunity to exploit his desperation, negotiated the price up to $40 per person. Avanish agreed and sent the money in advance. Unsurprisingly, the girls never showed up. Successfully...
They scammed the fucker. They scammed the fucker. Peak. Absolute and utter peak.
Scamming out of $120. This incident reportedly triggered another temporary disownment from his father. Around this time, Avanish participated in a boxing match against another individual popular on Brown TikTok. The match was likely organized as entertainment for the online community. The result was predictable and humiliating. Avanish was absolutely
Nice, bro got his ass beat. Good.
destroyed in the ring, adding physical humiliation to his growing list of failures and public harassments. One of the most disturbing incidents occurred during a late-night drive through a heavily wooded area. Avanish was simultaneously
I was beating my meat while driving and I didn't realize I was going the wrong way, driving up a hill. My car hit a tree at 80 miles per hour and I flipped over twice before coming back onto the main road. Wow, this is as bad as the police officer that watched Corin while being out there and doing his work. There's a public gooner epidemic.
driving and leading to a predictable loss of control. His inability to focus on driving while engaged in sexual activity resulted in him crashing into a tree. The incident perfectly encapsulated his complete lack of self-control and disregard for safety. Avanish posted several videos about the crash, though these have since been lost. His willingness to share such embarrassing and disturbing content demonstrated his disconnect from social norms. Avanish's inappropriate behavior extended into his academic environment. During one of his biology classes, he decided to go live on social media while in session. During the live stream, he made numerous inappropriate remarks about his professor and even used his fingers to fondle her image on his phone screen in a disturbing display of virtual harassment.
What the fuck of the fucking fuck? Fuck. Why are you sending me these videos about these weirdos? This is worse than the Gooner AI. What the? Why? Why? This is worse than everything I've seen in a while. This is worse than a Police David video.
The incident was reported to university administration, and the professor rightfully refused to see him for in-person classes. He was effectively banned from attending the class in person. Avanish's response was to make
You better. Good night, everyone. Good night, Vay. Rest well. Have a good sleep.
a weak apology, claiming that his behavior was just a fake personality he adopted for TikTok live streams. This excuse was rightfully rejected, and the class remained online only for the remainder of the session. Beginning in November 2023, Avanish's behavior escalated from inappropriate online content and personal harassment to physical sexual assault. This marked the beginning.
It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It just gets worse. Every single time, it just gets worse. Now we're at actual assault.
What can only be described as a reign of terror on the UCSD campus. At least 8 separate women made reports to police about Avanish's behavior during this period. These weren't minor incidents of awkward social interaction, they were serious cases of stalking, harassment, and battery. One of the most serious incidents.
Pause, stop throwing these naked women at me. I have a problem here. I don't want to get nuked, right? YouTube gets crazy once they hear just something that may sound like a kiss or a moan. Calm down.
This involved Avanish deliberately blocking a woman's path as she tried to walk across campus. When she attempted to go around him, he chest bumped her, then grabbed her by the waist and physically held her down. The woman was forced to physically shove him off of her to escape his grip. This incident, witnessed by multiple bystanders, demonstrated that Avanish had crossed the line from online harassment to physical assault. The accumulation of evidence and victim testimonies led to
Damn 8. See? This man also has a really big beef with Indian women, considering them worse than chimpanzees. Yeah. Just wanted to tell you that.
Avanish's arrest on November 21st, 2023. The evidence against him was overwhelming and included security footage, witness statements, and victim testimonies. Avanish was found guilty on multiple counts of stalking and sexual battery. The legal system finally confronted with concrete evidence of his...
You know what I find really funny? He's always filming himself, right, from this position, right? Like, does this, like, trying to mock people, right? But once his, like, upper body comes into the image, and then his tight, like, his scrawny arms... Suddenly he is what's the word? Suddenly he doesn't look that big anymore. Suddenly he looks really like weak and pathetic. Here's Croc and he also uses filters. Here's Croc. Hi Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Escalating behavior delivered appropriate consequences. His sentencing included placement on the sex offender registry for 10 years, 2 years of parole supervision, and immediate suspension from UCSD. The university also expelled him completely, resulting in the loss of $90,000 in tuition. Even after his conviction, Avanish attempted to apply to...
Yeah, bro, it's Jover. It's Jover. You should by now be on the sex offender list.
Purdue again. His persistence in targeting the same institution that had already rejected him demonstrated a complete inability to learn from his mistakes. Once again, he omitted crucial information during his application process, including his recent felony convictions and sex offender status. This pattern of deception had become his standard operating procedure. Purdue, having already dealt with his dishonesty once before, quickly rejected his application when his criminal record was discovered. His reputation had preceded him, making acceptance impossible. Surprisingly, Avanish was successful in gaining acceptance to Ohio State University. This acceptance raised serious questions about the university's background check procedures and admission standards. The acceptance suggested that Ohio State was either unaware of his criminal history or had policies that were more lenient towards students with felony convictions and sex offender status. Rather than expressing remorse or attempting genuine rehabilitation, Avanish chose to rebrand himself as Felon Avanish on social media. This decision...
Wait, he rebranded himself as Felon Avanish. Why are we doing this?
Revealed how completely out of touch he was with reality and social expectations. His social media presence continued to feature disturbing content, including discussions of his criminal status and ongoing inappropriate behavior. The rebranding seemed to celebrate rather than acknowledge his crimes. Unfortunately for Avanish, his criminal behavior has serious financial consequences. After losing his UCSD tuition, his father refused to co-sign loans for his Florida education, leaving him in significant debt. Nevertheless, he continues to pursue medical school, apparently believing that showing fake remorse will somehow overcome his criminal record and history of sexual assault. But the story gets even darker. On January 29, 2025, screenshots surfaced on Reddit, allegedly showing Avanish saying he only finds...
I don't want to hear any more of this man. He scares me. He scares me. He does. Oh no. Not again. Not Marcus again. Not Marcus again.
Little girls attractive and is unattracted to...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, that went from creepy gooner to EDP after 24 minutes.
Grown women. However, perhaps the most disturbing is his habit of masturbating to photos of women and posting about it on his public Instagram story. When his probation officer received complaints about this behavior, it was revealed that some of these women were minors. In a live stream, when asked if he knew some girls were underage, Avanish responded, "Most of them no, but obviously, like, from now on, I'll make sure they're 18 plus." Looking at Avanish's history, there's a clear pattern of escalation that began with harassment and bathroom incidents in high school, progressed to sexual messages to minors in college, escalated to physical assault and stalking at UCSD. It continues with ongoing sexual misconduct involving minors. This pattern suggests someone who has never truly faced consequences severe enough to change his behavior. Each incident seems to embolden him further, leading to increasingly...
It also just gets what's the word? It gets increasingly worse. How do you put this? It gets increasingly more unhinged with each thing. I think this also has to do because more and more stuff appears to, what's the word? Like it could be, right? It could be that he just doesn't get as he essentially doesn't get turned on anymore, so he has to pick worse and worse stuff. Back to a video from this channel. I picked the small one. Okay, that works.
Serious crimes. His current living situation reflects his continued dysfunction. He lives in squalid conditions, sleeping on a bed without sheets, walking hours to probation appointments, and spending his time creating disturbing social media content. Avanish's current behavior appears to violate multiple terms of his probation. His continued creation of sexual content, his admission to inappropriate behavior with minors, and his public celebration of his criminal status all propose ongoing violations. His probation officer has reportedly received multiple complaints about his behavior, but enforcement appears to be inconsistent.
I do not understand how you could let a man who is like that walk around. That's... I don't understand. I don't understand. And then weird shit happens.
This lack of strict supervision enables his continued inappropriate conduct. Continued probation violations could result in additional jail time, extended probation periods, or more restrictive supervision conditions. However, the system's response has been inadequate to prevent his ongoing misconduct. Despite his criminal record and ongoing behavioral issues, Avanish continues to pursue medical school admission. This pursuit demonstrates a complete disconnect from reality and the standards of the medical profession. Medical schools conduct thorough background checks, including criminal history, character assessments, and psychological evaluations. His offender status and history of assault would automatically disqualify him from admission. Even if he somehow gained admission to medical school, he would face insurmountable barriers to medical licensing. State medical boards would never grant a license to someone with his criminal history and pattern of sexual misconduct. The medical profession's primary concern is patient safety, particularly the safety of vulnerable populations. Avanish's history...
Yeah, then why did you fucking wait so long? Why did you wait so long?
History of targeting minors and his ongoing inappropriate behavior make him an unacceptable risk to patients. Throughout this entire saga, it's crucial to remember that Avanish's actions have caused real harm to real people. His victims include high school classmates, college students, and the women he assaulted at UCSD. These victims have experienced harassment, stalking...
For anyone in the interview committee for med school, is any criminal charge a deal breaker? So having a criminal past, or you see it on their record, is it an automatic rejection, or does it alternate based on the charge? Okay. For example, is a speeding ticket or trespassing conviction held to the same standard as an adult charge, assault charge, or disorderly conduct? What was the response?
Sexual assault and ongoing intimidation. Many have required counseling, legal assistance, and ongoing support to deal with the trauma he caused. The courage shown by these victims...
Oh yeah, we do not get any response. Okay, understood.
...and coming forward and reporting his behavior cannot be overstated. Their willingness to speak out likely prevented additional assaults and helped ensure his conviction. For many victims, the trauma doesn't end with his conviction. They continue to deal with the psychological effects of his actions, and his ongoing public presence serves as a constant reminder of their experiences. Internet communities have played a crucial role in documenting Avanish's behavior and warning potential victims. These communities serve...
4chan! Get this man!
as an early warning system and evidence repository. His case has led to increased awareness about campus safety and the importance of taking early warning signs seriously. Many institutions have reviewed their policies regarding student conduct and safety. The widespread documentation of his behavior has raised awareness about the dangers of online predators and the importance of reporting inappropriate behavior before it escalates. Avanish's case reveals multiple systemic failures in how institutions handle concerning behavior, from his high school's inadequate response to the harassment, to universities' failure to properly vet transfer students, to the inconsistent enforcement of probation terms. Many of the warning signs were present for years before his arrest. The pattern of escalation was clear, but institutions repeatedly failed to take appropriate action until physical assaults occurred. His case highlights the need for better information sharing between institutions, more thorough background checks for transfer students, and stricter enforcement of probation terms for sex offenders.
Now, Mr. Badalek, I want to talk about this specific case challenging the automatic registration of a person who's convicted of 2 or more offenses. What can you tell me of the background of the case involving Mr. Nedelevu and what you think our viewers?
Strictly based of the TikToks, right? That were uploaded. I would have not taken this dude, no matter under any circumstances. I would be like, yeah, I can't be using that for med school. The fuck are we doing?
Need to know about it.
Sure. I mean, this is a case that happened all the way back in 2011, really shortly after the law was amended, removing judicial discretion to be exempted from the registry. So this is a circumstance where a teenager went to a party that had a...
Despite his conviction and registration as a sex offender, Avanish continues to pose a threat to public safety. His ongoing inappropriate behavior and lack of genuine remorse suggest he'll likely reoffend. The current level of supervision appears inadequate to prevent.
Bro's acting like he has women in his DMs. Bro, you have 0 women in your DMs. You have never felt the touch of a woman. For Vay's video, react to mine. Vay needs to learn about Marcus. Sure.
Prevent future incidents, his ability to continue creating disturbing content, and his admission to inappropriate behavior with minors demonstrate that current measures are insufficient. Mental health professionals and law enforcement experts would likely classify him as a high-risk individual for future offenses. His pattern of escalation and lack of rehabilitation recommend continued danger.
See, until he actually grapes a woman. Until he acts, you're gonna stay and watch. You're gonna stay. You're gonna look and look and just stay there and watch. Until he actually grapes a woman. He has felt a woman's touch. Won't be surprised if he has forcefully felt one. He has. He has an assault charge. And he is on the sex offender list. I know Poker loves gossip. Yeah, that's very true.
The story of Avanish Kanala serves as a textbook example of how unchecked antisocial behavior can escalate from minor incidents to serious crimes. His journey from high school bathroom incidents to registered sex offender illustrates the importance of early intervention. Throughout his story, there were numerous opportunities for intervention that were missed or inadequately addressed. Each missed opportunity allowed his behavior to escalate further, ultimately leading to physical sexual assault.
A relationship should be 50-50. Give you my... No. Relationship of 100, by the way. Good night, people. Good night, Vay. Get your rest. Don't listen to this deer.
His case provides a clear checklist of warning signs that should trigger immediate intervention: inappropriate sexual behavior, harassment of minors, misogynistic content creation, and escalating boundary violations. The most important aspect of this story is the courage shown by Ash's victims in coming forward and reporting his behavior. Their bravery likely prevented additional assaults and ensured that justice was served. Their willingness to report his behavior, despite the personal cost and potential retaliation, demonstrates the importance of supporting victims and encouraging reporting of sexual misconduct. The availability of support systems for victims, counseling services, legal assistance, and advocacy organizations proved crucial in helping them navigate the reporting and legal process. Avanish's case has implications for how institutions handle concerning behavior. The repeated failures to adequate...
They don't. And unfortunately, with all this DEI stuff around in the US, this wouldn't get any better. This won't get any better.
addresses conduct, highlight the need for better policies and more consistent enforcement. The lack of information sharing between institutions allowed him to repeatedly transfer schools and avoid consequences. Better communication between them could prevent similar cases. The case demonstrates the need for proactive measures to identify and address concerning behavior before it escalates to physical violence. As of now, Avanish remains on the sex offender registry and continues to create disturbing content online. His lack of genuine remorse and continued inappropriate...
I'm sorry for wrapping my legs around you when you just feel so good. Don't apologize to us Indian F-boys. What the fuck? What the heck? Just get this dude out of here. Just put him actually behind bars. Not just a list. Not just a list! Put him behind bars!
Appropriate behavior suggests he remains a threat to public safety. His case will likely continue to unfold as he violates probation terms or commits additional offenses. The pattern of escalation and lack of rehabilitation submit this story is far from over. The online communities that continue to monitor his behavior serve an important function in documenting his actions and warning potential victims about his continued presence. This case highlights the responsibility we all have to recognize and report concerning behavior. Bystander intervention and community awareness can prevent escalation and protect...
Unfortunately, that's not what whoever is in charge wants. There have been more and more cases where bystanders that got involved were actually sued themselves. Or people that save others were sued themselves. So that's a problem. We need to encourage people to actually not sue the one that is helping. That'd be pretty good.
Potential victims. The various institutional failures in this case demonstrate the need for accountability and reform in how we handle reports of sexual misconduct and harassment.
Pause. Do not. Pause. Do not. Do not. Let me jump back to that weirdo. Understood. Well, this is horrible. This man actually is a threat to women around him, and we're gonna see a second part of this. We're gonna see a second part of this, and it might end up in a woman actually something actually bad happening, right? Not just like assault, but worse. And then by then it's too late. When people have been warning you, this guy should be... There's nothing you could jail him for. However, I do believe that you could most certainly get him professional help. Just lock him in like some psychiatric area, like just put him in a mental institute. Easy. Problem solved. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, my fellow children. First, we're gonna watch the Marcus one. But first, I have to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back, and then we'll do Deuce videos so he doesn't annoy me. Yeah, I'll be right back. Don't goon or gum. And don't go to Thailand. There is a lot of femboys and ladyboys there. Dear. Dear. Put some lube on. No. I'm not gonna say it. Put some lube. I'm on your anus. I'm calling the big black men. Anyways, yeah, let's do Marcus. So this man leaves me alone with his damn Marcus again. I don't even care about Marcus. Why Marcus? Why every single time? That weird worm. Why? Why are we doing this? Nobody likes the worm. Water. I've not been drinking a lot. I need to be careful. In general, I've been falling to old habits when it comes to water, which is not good. I once had a surgery because of that. Need to drink more water. Ye water, my friend. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's look at that horror show again. Ugh.
Hey, Mark.
Nah, it just starts again. It just goes on again. Chat. It's Marcus. The Marcus Funny Moments compilation part 2 that everyone has been waiting for. Uploaded by Marcus Fan. Or maybe made by Marcus Fan. We'll see. We'll see. Let's go. Surgery for water. Yeah. So I didn't drink enough. Right? I didn't drink enough. And then like this weird bulge started forming right under essentially right under my chin. On the left side. And then they had to basically do surgery. They had to go inside the mouth, under the tongue, and just cut it open and get that thing out. By the way, they did not pull whatever you would call it, strings, whatever you want to call it. Which now, it basically, like I have like a little meat string in my mouth. It's really weird, and I can play around with it. Because like, the insides of a mouth just have grown around it. The more you know. Anyways, we'll jump in. We'll jump in. Let's go. The Marcus.
Hey, Marcus, we're off the hook. All right.
I got you saved.
He's a bit. He's Marcus. Marcus, you're lagging.
I don't really think you did anything. I'm gonna be honest.
You can count on me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna... Is that an arrow? Is that an arrow?
That appears to be an arrow. But that shouldn't... arrows don't usually sound like that. Maybe just my opinion, but arrows should not sound like that.
Moving in a very slow... Oh my god, it's a bomb. Thank God.
It's a bomb? I guess that does look like a rocket, yes? That does look like a rocket, sure.
God, it didn't trigger. That could have been really bad. Whew, thank God. Just throw a card at it? Wow, thank God it didn't explode there either. That also could have been really bad.
No. It's military grade.
Oh,
It doesn't.
well, I'll go shut that down.
I don't care. Listen,
okay.
Robert.
Wow.
This place is evil.
It's evil? What the hell? It's a gas station. How evil could it be?
They don't sell any 2000 PSI cold water corded electric pressure washers.
That is truly villainous. That is villainous. That's why I told you to drink water after Raven left. I stopped. Nah, that's not it. I'm just, like, general throughout the day. I'm trying to, like, fix this issue now with tea. Bro has meat string in his mouth. The way you say that sounds worse now. I probably should drink more water. I went from literally chugging water to barely drinking a liter in a day. That woman is dry. Crazy work.
2000 psi corded electric. What? I beg your pardon?
Just washing. Just a washer. Easy. You look like that. In the video that Crockrock sent. Was it that? I think it was the canned chocolate that was in there for like 1,000 years. And dry. That's you.
What do you,
Yes.
Is that why it's evil? Because they don't sell that? I mean, if like it's a does any gas
Yes.
station sell that?
Nah.
So is every gas station evil then?
Don't make me mad,
Okay,
Robert.
I'm sorry, man. I'm real sorry. Okay. All right.
You've got to be careful out there. Don't trust the crustaceans.
Okay, so you're saying I shouldn't trust the lobster people, but they're I mean, they've been real nice to me, man.
Why is he doing that? I still don't understand the appeal of Marcus. I do not understand the appeal of this worm. I don't understand the appeal of this Anna Valens looking our worm. I do not. He looks like Anna Valens, and I can't unsee it. He does. He does. I can't unsee it.
That's pretty sick what you're doing right there. I can't tell if you're missing or if you're trying to switch directions. It's pretty cool, Marcus. Marcus, how's Jimbo James been?
I don't know.
Hi, are you friends
I will
with...
douse you in gasoline and ignite it into a fiery sacrificial
Damn, bro. That's violent. That is violence.
display of immolation from my own satisfaction, you stupid, idiotically Berman.
Coming through.
What? Why is Marcus in the office? You're supposed to be giving him what he needs to get him out of here.
We found a
to
lead.
Jimbo James.
You found a lead to Jimbo James?
I've captured a cartel member, Robert.
Hi, Marcus.
There's been numerous injuries. Marcus up, and away.
Marcus, you can't fly. What? Where's he going?
What is he doing? I don't get the appeal. I was so for real. I have no idea.
Going. Holy crap! That was sick.
Not bad. Hey, he may not be able to fly, but it appears that he can climb, which is not bad.
That was, dude. He's just climbing that tree like it's nothing.
How does he do that?
Oh, that looked really painful. You are you good, Marcus? Are you good?
Robert.
Yeah.
It hurts.
I know. I'm sorry. Look, do you need me to call you an ambulance?
No.
Marcus, when am I
falls down? Do I need to call an ambulance? Nah. Hey, that's just a classic man move, though.
Gonna meet this Jimbo James guy. You've been talking about him for a while. Are we gonna meet him at some time? And how are you doing that?
He's here. I know it.
What do you mean he's here? Like on the island we're on? He's here?
I need to find him.
Okay. What? Where should we look?
It's not safe.
What's not safe?
You see, Robert.
Can you tap my head, Matt? Frederickson. Oh, I'm freaking out.
Place is kind of dangerous.
I need, please tap my head.
Okay. Oh, nice boombox.
Dang, I need to
I'm gonna be honest. I know you can't see, but the girl I brought you here to meet, she fainted. You were just too sexy. Why are you getting so?
He's about to kiss. He's about to give a kissy. He's a perfect guide. I don't think he is, but he's about to give. I think he's more interested in Robert than the girl.
Close to me, Marcus.
She fainted.
Marcus, are you okay?
She fainted and melted into.
I'm analyzing.
What are you analyzing?
Oh my god. What the?
Your likelihood of organ failure.
Oh.
Chat, I'm gonna for now come up close to you and check your likelihood for organ failure. I should do that, chat.
What? Hello? Marcus?
The Gooner chat. Gooner chat! And the worst one is the one with the jiggle titties. It's probably men. It's all men. It's all dudes. All femboys.
The hell is Mark? Oh, guys, hold on. I'll be right back. Marcus, what the hell are you doing in the hospital? Okay. I'm coming. What's up, man? What are you doing in the hospital?
Big Badinky Bones shanked me in the leg at Panera Bread.
What? At Panera Bread? Shouldn't there be someone professional working on this?
Cat works. No, Sumax. No. Do not start this again. Stop it. Get some help. Go to Thailand.
This doesn't seem like someone qualified to be... do you have a manager?
Shut up, Robert Malecki.
Okay, fine.
I trust Dr. Binkleton with my life.
That was Dr. Binkleton. Okay.
What if all of a sudden he's green? I don't see the appeal, not one bit. I don't either. I do not see the appeal. I'm sorry. Like, it is interesting that it exists, but I do not see the appeal. Maybe you actually have to be the live stream to see it?
Hello? Marcus? Holy shit, Marcus. It's so good to see you. I've been stranded in the middle of this...
you, Robert.
Huh? What? Do you have any...
Why is he so shiny all of a sudden? Why is he so shiny all of a sudden? I don't understand.
Water? I'm starving. I'm so dehydrated. I'm dying, man.
You haven't seen the bean spiders, have you?
I did. I saw a bean spider. How did you know about that? Like, I thought I was hallucinating.
You what?
No, I did. I saw... Is that a bad thing? It's really hot.
I got some green stuff on my finger again. I'm a little...
Green stuff, that's weird. He's the perfect being. Nope, that's Cell. That's Cell. Cell is the perfect being. Or Waggery. Waggery is also perfect.
sad about it.
I'm sorry. Maybe you could rub it in the...
That's a fungus. That is a fungus. He has finger fungus.
Sand or something? Yeah, it's pretty barren here. Marcus, please tell me you know a way out of here, bro. I need this. Oh, follow you? You're gonna help me? Oh my god, Marcus. You're a hero. Dude, I've been stuck here for so long. I appreciate you.
We're in Egypt.
Oh, okay.
We're in Egypt. Why did he do it? Okay, that was silly. Goes down, looks down, like through his legs, and is like, we're in Egypt. Couldn't tell.
Okay. How the hell did I get to Egypt?
Do you think they sell Q-tips around here?
In the middle of the desert?
I've been needing some.
I don't think so, Marcus. Please don't leave me.
This way, Robert.
Okay. You know, I'm really glad that we can share these moments together. It's nice, I guess. Can you slow down? Oh my god, he's running. He's running. I can't. can't keep up with him. He's so fast.
Marcus the Hedgehog? Marcus achieved godhood in his universe. Where's a god to a non-believer? Also, it's just a worm. It looks like Anna Valens.
No way, dude. Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
It's just more desert.
Rigatoni pasta.
Rigatoni pasta. That clearly looks like pasta. Why is this? I genuinely cannot comprehend. This is on the level of brain rot, I'll be real. Like, genuinely. I'm just too old. But then the app was also too old, which can't be. It must be something. It must be a too high grade of maturity.
Are we going somewhere?
Ohio.
New Orleans.
We're going to New Orleans?
It was New Orleans. I thought it was Ohio.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna make it, Marcus. We're gonna make it.
Oh no.
What? What's going on? What's going on?
Robert, help.
Oh my god.
My ankle.
No. Stop. Don't move. You're gonna hurt it. You're gonna hurt it more. Wait, you're freaking out. No, Marcus, chill. Marcus, stop. Marcus, you're freaking out.
Robert, help.
Marcus? Okay. Are you okay? I'm here.
Just why? Just why? Marcus is dead. And I'm happy. I don't know what's going on.
Am I going to make it?
I don't know. I hope so. I think so. Yes, you are going to make it. We're going to make it out of here together. All right? I know we can. Oh. Whoa, sick roll. Marcus?
Now he just keeps rolling. Now he instead of walking, he just rolls. I do not understand this.
Are you okay? I can't jump down there, Marcus. Oh.
Now he just walks for just roll, now he just walks again.
Okay, you're coming back up. Holy shit, you're really fast. Ow!
One punch Marcus, we see him rolling. They hate him. I don't know. Just punched him down.
Marcus, are you up there? Hello? Marcus? Was he ever even here? Really?
So...
Hey Marcus, we're off the...
So essentially, bro was hallucinating and Marcus was there. Marcus was never there. He's never been there. He's just a figment of our imagination. He has never been there. Crazy. Yeah, I don't see the appeal. This is part 2. I still don't see the appeal. I genuinely still don't see how this could be. How this is funny or anything. I genuinely don't understand this up. If you watch this later on, please tell me what you see in this. Please tell me what you see in this. Turn off autoplay? Yeah, I've noticed. I have noticed that I should turn off autoplay. Robber. I need to change that later. Can one change that in the settings? No. No. I don't know where I changed that. Who cares? Not here either. Okay, next up. Which one am I gonna look at? Ah, I got it. Let's see. So we got the Gooner. Let's do this one. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we got this one. Robber. My cat boy's next to me. The thick fat cat. He is thick and fat. Thick fat. Damn. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this one. Alrighty, we got this. The Gen Z Career Crisis by Mark Insko. Yeah, here we go. He's probably gonna. What am I doing? He's probably gonna talk about our current what's the word? Our current, just like job market. I would assume that that's what he's gonna be referring to. See, there's multiple issues in our worldwide job market, especially for Zoomers, right? In the West, I don't know how it looks somewhere else. It probably may look similar. I'm just talking from a European perspective. There's two problems here. So for one, we have a lot of employers that won't want to train new employees. That's for one. Essentially, everyone is looking for the baked bread, if you will, if that works well as an analogy. So they're not creating new people that come into the workforce. That's the first issue. They would rather just have you be done already, which is a problem because, well, if you don't make them yourself, you're not going to get any, because the ones that are making them themselves, the ones that are creating their own workers, they're likely going to stay there then. They're just taking them into the company. Another issue is that basically there's going to be a lot of jobs who will be replaced by robotics and AI in the next 10 years. Most of the like easy jobs, right? Like even cashiers, like they're already like on the way of building like houses just with robotics and shit. We have a problem. Where are we putting all these people that will drop off the workforce the next 10 years? And then, of course, we have the general just bad economic situation, and we don't have a solution for that as well. That is what we will struggle with in the future. Eventually, a lot of jobs will just be straight up gone. And what do we do then?
Applicant number 307, please step forward.
Hey, nice to meet you. My name's Mark. Really appreciate you taking the time.
What are your qualifications?
I think the average. By the way, the average employer looks at your like your the thing you send in when you apply. Looks at your application. That's the word. For like 30 seconds. I think that was like that. It might be less. It's less than a minute. That I'm sure of. They don't look at you for long.
Well, I have 3 PhDs in astronomy, psychology, chiracology. I've had 17 internships.
Is your father the CEO of this company?
No. And also, is that necessary for the janitor position? That's what I'm here for.
Regardless, you are disqualified for using ChatGPT to write your resume.
I did not do that. And also, how would you know if it was ChatGPT?
Resume, yeah, that's the word. Also, see, you can have as many degrees as you want. That's the problem, right? You can have as many degrees as you want. If you don't bring in any experience, essentially, they don't value your existence, essentially. They don't care how many degrees you have. And we have to face a fact here. A lot of degrees that people get are really damn useless. Like art degrees. I'm gonna say it. art degrees are probably the most useless degree, whatever. And then you have like people who are in like weird other studies, like right, gender studies. That's a thing. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna get a job with this one? A lot of people also have really bad, like really not that useful degrees, and that also keeps them out of the job market. You gotta study what is actually demanded. And if you don't, you might be cooked. They glance at it for 10 to 20 seconds and make a decision. Yeah, okay, yeah.
AI looking at your resume is like looking at my own handwriting. Yeah, well, your handwriting sucks then. F you. No, f you. Folks, allow me to share with you an email I got from the great people over at LinkedIn. Thank you for your interest in the Public Relations Coordinator position at Wiesner Baum LLP. After careful consideration, we will not be moving forward with your application at this time. We truly appreciate the time and effort you invested in applying and your interest in Wiesner Baum. Well, thank you for that gracious rejection, Wiesner Baum. This sounds like a job I literally just one-click applied to months ago and completely forgot about, but I appreciate you having the decorum that my Hinge matches don't. I guess my only...
See, the only, like, right, that's like, if you send a resume to someone, right, if you apply for a job, companies, employers, please have the guts to tell people that you're not hiring them. Thank you. Because there's many people out there who send their resumes in and then like wait and wait and wait and there's nothing coming back. Just be honest. Thank you.
Flag on this one would be that, yes indeed, I applied to this job on March 8th and got this emailed rejection on September 4th.
That's crazy work. That's great. So essentially, that is most of March, April, May, June, July. That's essentially 5 months. That is essentially 5 months. That is just straight up 5 months. That is just straight up 5 months. What are these people doing? Decency. Yeah, decency. I don't care. Who cares?
Literally a full 6 months later, and Wiesner Baum, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, 6 months. It's about 5-6 months.
Y'all. You couldn't afford me anyway. In those 6 months, I have become a niche internet micro-celebrity. I hustle memes for a living now, and as much as I would love to be a public relations coordinator for your scummy personal injury law firm, I'm moving different now. But that's the thing about the job search. Even after it's over, the trauma that it has inflicted upon you never truly leaves.
Guess who's applied to 200 different jobs and has gotten 0 replies yet?
The endless applications, the researching.
See, we have about 2.8 million people that are unemployed here in Germany. We have a ministry for unemployment, whatever you want to call it, right? It's just like yeah, you go there and then like you tell them, yo, I need a job, and they just put you there in their thingy, right? And then they will just send you job locations and shit. The problem is they're super ass. And then there's a problem. So we have 2.8 million. You couldn't understand the amount of people that they actually get into jobs. It's just 80,000 people a year. And the problem is that the people that exit the workforce are more than the people they can get put into the workforce. Essentially, with each year we get more people into the unemployment line. That's crazy. Oh, mess one up. Yep. I know somebody who sent like 400 to 500 actually. I know somebody that sent like 400 to 500 applications and did not get shit.
Positions, writing cover letters, LinkedIning, networking, and Indeeding, all in search of your dream position as an entry-level account executive at Slopworks Incorporated. And the cherry on top of this pain is that somehow, someway, the job market for Gen Z is getting even worse. The employment rate for Americans aged 16 to 24 is 10.5%, double that of older people. And for those looking for their first job, the unemployment rate is 13.4%, the highest it's been in 37 years. And before anyone hops in the comments section and is like, oh, it's because, you know, they're all at home gooning or playing Fortnite, that's not how the unemployment rate works. Unemployment specifically means people who are looking for work but can't get it. So even if you've got 3 PhDs and you're doing DoorDash, you're technically not unemployed. You're maybe, I guess, underemployed, but the data does not care about you. And the data is brutal. I mean, Gen Z men with college degrees have the same unemployment rate as those with college degrees, which is concerning to say the least.
Yeah, makes sense. This is also, but I would also put that on I would also put that on the educational system. So we're so backward. See, we're so backwards, right? We're so backwards in like educational system, and we live in a time where we need to run to not fall behind, and that's just never happening. Doug, have you ever worked? I had an apprenticeship for a year, yes, until I realized that my boss was a piece of shit. So I went back to high school and got through high school. Yeah. And aside from that, I did a lot of babysitting. A lot of babysitting, if you can consider that work. I did get paid for it. I did work at a restaurant for a little bit. I did my voluntary social year, yeah. So that's another thing. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, would you like no job, or would you like no job plus $40,000 in student loans? Those are your options now. So let's explore the full depths of the Gen Z career crisis, starting with the reality that every aspect of trying to find a job sucks.
I have no experience. I have no work ethic. I have a criminal record. Right there, stop right there, stop right there. You're hired, You start tomorrow. You're gonna make enough to buy a home, 2 cars, and probably, sustainably support a family. But yeah, you start tomorrow. That's awesome. Great. Thank you so much for taking the time today. Just a little bit about myself. I recently graduated from my master's degree. I have 10 internships under my belt. I have 20 self-initiated projects that have led to $10 million each. Additionally, I also solved world hunger.
I also think that, see, just because the problem is, right, right? Just because you are in the unemployment line and you can say you can't get a job, but the reality oftentimes is you may be able to get a job, but it's just not worth it. I'm going to say it overall. Working now in comparison to 40 years ago is very different. 40, 50 years ago, you had the chance to maybe even get a house. Now I am questioning if getting a job is even worth it. If getting a job is even worth it. Realistically. Like here in Germany, a lot of people are refusing to get jobs because they're not worth it. Like, if I work and I get as much as I would get, like if I get like $200 more than what I would get if I was unemployed, then I would be like, yeah, actually no. That's not worth it. So I waste 8 hours of my day to get 200 euros more instead of staying at home and the state pays for me. Like, working is just not worth it. It just isn't. You don't get anything out of it. You get nothing out of it. At the end of the day, you really get nothing out of it. Depending on what you do, you get nothing. You might as well just stay at home. Play video games, jerk off, I don't know. I haven't worked a day in my life, bro, that I was paid for. I guess I do work to get through life and my parents pay me, so... Yeah, just calm down, sugar princess.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's quite impressive, but we're just looking for somebody with more experience. More experience? What more do you want from me? This is a minimum wage position. This is a cashier position. How are you not gonna hire? You see, that's the problem with Gen Z nowadays. You guys expect Bro, shut the
Okay, so let's get started. Finding a job, because unless you want to end up a lifelong busboy at your uncle's fusion Greek diner, you're gonna need to find a company that actually wants to hire you. First stop, Indeed. And Indeed is the worst f***ing website ever created. Just page after page of reposted slop, half of which are not even currently active job postings, and the other half of which are complete scams. Honestly, the only good thing about Indeed is that the blinding white of the website provides a safety mechanism that helps you when your will to live is failing at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Because before you completely lose hope, you'll feel your retinas begin to burn out first, and you'll know it's time to go to bed. And let's be real, no matter what happens, you'll always be back tomorrow to fire off another 30 applications. But seriously, using Indeed or LinkedIn Job.
So I got my apprenticeship because of my dad. My dad was working there and he was like, yo, actually, take this guy. And I wasn't bad. I guess I fucked up with the math stuff. It wasn't bad like with working like with machines and stuff. It just wasn't my thing. I like teaching. Even though I'm questioning if I want to go in that position. Indeed. Yep, Indeed. That's the website. That is the website. And then I sent, after that, right, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back to high school. I guess I did send out like 60 or 70 applications, and I got like invited to like 3 talks, 3 yaps, and nothing turned out to work. So I said, yep, I'm gonna reapply to high school. This time, instead of like the mechanical one, I went into the economic one, and I got my little place, and then I went to high school 3 years. Second time. The second attempt. Machines, that's cool. Yeah. Not as cool as you would think. It was really atrocious because essentially nobody was showing you anything, even though they were supposed to do that. And I was like doing most of the stuff on my own. I eventually couldn't stand it anymore. Also, my boss essentially just became a pissy bitch once he had his first child. Bro became a bitch after that one. And eventually had enough and said, hey, if you can't emotionally handle it, why did you make a child? And at that point, I knew it was over. I had to. Thomas. It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything, kind of situation.
Or any of these sort of national job boards can be fruitful if you adhere to a few rules of the road. First of all, do not ever use the quick apply feature on any of these websites. Applying to a job through a job board is like using a travel agency to book a flight. What are you, 80 years old? Hitting that instant apply button or apply through LinkedIn or whatever it's called is basically guaranteeing that your resume will just get dropped into the ether, never to be seen again. Or even better, your personal information will just be taken and sold to a scam artist or data broker.
Stop using Indeed to apply for jobs.
I be telling people this all the time. Like when I was trying to get a part-time job, people be like, oh, just look on Indeed, they have so many blah blah blah. If you go on Indeed, there's literally so many scam job lists.
See, that is why, not only is there not many job applications up, right, in general, just, so what you do is, I just, like, send them, like, literally just an application, not even through, like, a job application, just literally per email, and I looked what would happen. Sadly, this did not work the way.
Things on there, it's nuts. Like you apply for something, and then next thing you know, people blowing up your phone left and right, people that you never even applied for, and I'm like, they just keep blowing you up. Like they never seem to leave you alone. And even though LinkedIn is better, it still has some little scammy job listings out there. Like I made a whole video on that. Like everybody's always saying it's so easy to get a job, all these job postings, blah, 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 woo, woo. It's easy to get a like warehouse job or job that's not paying for real. It's not easy to get a job where you're getting a good salary.
Yeah, not ideal. So instead, when you find the job that you like on one of these job boards, go to the actual employer's
That's what I'm saying. It's not hard to find a job. It's just hard to find a job that you actually want to work in. That's like the problem, right? The money that you get is just not, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Like, it's just not worth it. The money is just not it. That's realistically what it is. I also made sure that the company I worked in, that people, especially young people who would want to apply to this company, know what the reputation of this company is. Which is why for their first year and second year of apprenticeship, right, for the new ones, they didn't have any. They didn't have any. So they had for 2 years, they had no new new people for their apprenticeship. Huh. But if you don't want to work at all and you need the money, obviously, I'm gonna be honest, these people can complain about the jobs all they want. Realistically, whether it pays good or not, you'd rather have this than be homeless.
Website yourself and apply there. Any kind of major company will have a careers page. And this also has the added bonus of confirming that the job posting is 1, real, and 2, still active, which is also what leads me to my second piece of advice. When you're looking for jobs, sort by date posted. Ideally, you want to be one of the first people to apply to that job. This is
Nintendo brand ambassador. Yeah, that doesn't look good.
is using the serial position effect to your advantage. Anyone sifting through 100 resumes that all look the same is going to be way more likely to remember the first one they read, compared to the 50 that are in the middle. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, by the time a job posting gets 3 weeks, a month old, you might as well just drop your resume in a blender and see if your uncle's hiring. But to be fair to your uncle, truly the greatest cheat code in trying to get a job.
Truly, the greatest cheat code. The greatest cheat code is having family members. Having family members that work. Like, should I ever like come into a position where I actually need a job, I could just talk to my sister and older brother. They know what to do because they could get me into the company that they work in because they both work at the same company. Join the company, grind when you can, develop a useful skill, apply again. But that's so painful. True. Job security's gone. They murdered it.
It's not going through this blind online search.
Especially with time-gated contracts, it just gets worse and worse, right? Once you have like the time-gated bullshit, when that started, bro, everything went to shit. Everything went to shit. There's also I don't know if that's a concept in many countries, but here in Germany again, we have you can rent workers. There are rent companies where you can like rent a worker essentially, and the rent company pays you then. It is really odd. My dad has been one. It's like really, really weird. They're also really ass. They don't pay it on time either.
Search process to begin with. And unless you have an uncle who's the CEO of a Wall Street bank, you're gonna have to do a little something called networking. Networking, aka the process of making pretend friends solely so you could advance your professional career. Now, if Indeed is the Tinder of jobs, just endless swiping, ghosting, and emotional manipulation, then networking is doing it the old-fashioned way. Making connections in real life, that's how you used to find your husband or wife, and it's the quickest path to that sweet entry-level marketing gig at Lockheed Martin that you've been—
Another cheat code. Find the sugar mommy or sugar daddy on the way on networking. Then you don't have to worry about the job. You can be paid for being somebody's personal whore. You can do that for manual labor, making homes and stuff. They hire you for a specific project. That's it. Oh, for here they do it actually industry stuff like making like plastic parts or metal parts or whatever, right? They do that here.
So go to events, ask for introductions, take coffees, use your college's career services department to the greatest extent that you can. Because in the era of ChatGPT generated resumes and businesses using AI to sift through those resumes, just getting through to someone at the company who's not a clanker is about half the battle.
Here at our company, we take pride in being a family, and family is everything. We only love working with the best of the best.
Huh. Family. Vin Diesel would be happy.
And unfortunately, today, that's just not you.
Here's this from The Atlantic. In a recent survey,
Damn! Imagine that. Imagine you get told by an AI, we don't need you. We're a big family, and you can be part. You could be part of this family, but unfortunately, it's not you. Damn, bro.
Chief HR officers told the Boston Consulting Group that they are using AI to write job descriptions, assess candidates, schedule introductory meetings, and evaluate applications. In some cases, firms are using chatbots to interview candidates too. Prospective hires log into a Zoom-like system and field questions from an avatar. Their performance is taped, and an algorithm searches for keywords and evaluates their tone. Yeah, interviews with AI. All of a sudden, that job at the Greek fusion restaurant ain't seeming so bad.
Hello, I'm Alex, the recruiter at Club Pilates. Thank you for taking the time to interview today. As a sales associate at Club Pilates, you'll be working the front desk. Your main tasks include reaching out to leads, inviting them for an introductory Pilates class, and guiding them through our membership options to sign them up. This position heavily involves sales, so we seek someone with strong multitasking skills and a collaborative spirit.
Ain't no way, motherfucker. Ain't no way. We have AI interviews now. These fuckers desperately don't want to hire people at all. They really want. Remember when I said we live next, not with each other, but next to each other? This just goes even further into it. They don't want to hire anybody to have those interviews even. The harsh truth is that this lady is going to apply to a job. If she gets the job, she'll be replaced by AI in 10 years.
Does this align with what you're looking for?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Great. Let's dive in.
And listen, as much as I want to hop on here and say that every company that uses AI to interview people is evil, which they are, the problem is some of you interviewees are using AI too.
Show me your screen.
Yeah, I am sharing my screen now.
Cool. So my question is, what is your biggest weakness?
Yeah, great question. I would say that my biggest weakness is I can be overly critical of my own work, always aiming for high standards, and this sometimes slows my pace, but I'm actively working on balancing quality with efficiency.
So, nah, bro. I could tell that you are, nah, bro. I can tell that you are AI, like you are reading AI. I can tell. I can for sure tell.
To recap, the resume was AI, the hiring manager was AI, the interviewer was AI, the interviewee was AI, and at a certain point, do we even need humans in this process? Or I guess that's the scary thing, huh, is that we're pretty much don't need humans in this process at a certain point.
Thanks, you will start on Monday.
Huh? No, I will start on Monday.
Wait, what?
Thank you for interviewing with us today.
Thank you for coming to this interview.
We appreciate your interest in our company.
What the fuck? Well, now you're just a listener. Hey, maybe you get through this actually. Maybe you get the chance to apply actually. See, if you see, you may get the chance to actually get through this, right? Because now the AI is answering, and they're gonna use the AI. Yeah, it's just so stupid.
We appreciate you taking the time to meet with us.
What is going on?
We'll be in touch about next steps.
We'll let you know our decision soon.
Have a great day.
Great day.
Great day.
Great day.
Great day.
Ooh, yeah, it's getting dark out here, y'all.
They would now be stuck in an endless loop of great day. This is horrible.
It's getting real dark. But okay, look, let's say you beat the odds and you somehow manage to find yourself in a job. In general, I would say you can expect a work environment that is roughly as humanizing as the hiring process it took to get that job. Let me tell you, if you had to go through 9 rounds of ChatGPT HR hell in order to get this job, do not expect that job to be sunshine, rainbows, and weekly office pizza parties. As a matter of fact, more likely than not, as a Zoomer entering the workforce, be prepared to confront the hordes of millennial and boomer middle managers who expect you to treat this corporate communications gig like it's literally the most important thing in the known universe.
When asked to come in for an 8 a.m. meeting, my Gen Z new hire said, "Ugh, sorry, I can't make it. I have a workout class. Should this be allowed?"
My visceral reaction was, are you fucking kidding me?
No, fully, like angered, typing this out. I was like, please.
Like my hand's shaking and it's not from the caffeine.
You just started this job. I don't give a flying shit about your workout class. Also, an 8 a.m. workout class is too late. Workout at 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, cancel your workout class. That's not even within work hours. We have a meeting at 8 a.m. Or alternatively, how about you go f yourself? How about you schedule a meeting that's within the hours of 9 to 6 or whatever office hours are? Or explain how I'm going to be compensated for that lost time.
Yeah, Natalie, so we can talk about this more later, but I'm going to address this now. It was made very clear during the interview process that the working hours for this position is between 9 to 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I am on Eastern time. I made that very clear with HR because I have commitments outside of work. I go to the gym, I work out because I care about my health. Sure, I can make a sacrifice to go to an 8 a.m. meeting had I known at least a week before that I needed to go at 8 a.m., not a day before. Also, my workout class starts at 7:30, not at 8, but I didn't know that I needed to tell you that. Okay, let's just say I skipped the gym. 2 things.
So the woman is just... So the lady is just retarded. And the dude is also retarded. They're both retarded. They're sharing a collective brain cell. I understand why a lot of dudes are dropping out of the workforce. I do understand why there's quite quitting happening. I'm starting to get behind what's going on. This is bullshit.
When can I expect you to reimburse me for my class? And 2, are you going to be paying me from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. or at the very least, let me leave at 4 p.m.?
Unfortunately, the reality of being a salaried worker in the United States often means that, oh, you're on salary, therefore we own your life now. No, you own me for 40 hours, possibly 42 a week, if I'm feeling generous. Not every waking moment I have to be on Slack, or whatever horrific corporate chat app that your company uses. And I know this discourse has been beaten to death, but it's still worth repeating that all these people who think Gen Z is like uniquely lazy just don't understand that we're the first generation who can accurately identify a scam as a scam. Yeah, 30 years ago, when you could actually get a college degree without going bankrupt and afford a house on an average salary, and where the company you worked for couldn't harass you through your smartphone at every waking...
Back then, you could afford a house, a car, a dog, a woman, 4 children, and be good. And be good. And be good. And now it's like 1-bedroom apartment, no woman, no children, a chihuahua, possibly car, maybe, like a small one. But even that is out of reach. And then you also have the threat of women still asking for the treatment that their mothers and grandmothers have gotten. As a dude, you are essentially fucked in the anus.
Moment of your life, even when you're not in the office, where your employer wasn't actively trying to replace you with a clanker, and where promotions actually led to a raise rather than a minuscule pay bump that barely keeps up with inflation, along with, of course, more job responsibilities. In that past bygone era, yeah, maybe then you could have called us lazy. But in this hellscape that we've inherited, why the f would any 23-year-old go above and beyond for ExxonMobil or whoever they're working for?
Why the fuck would I go beyond for a company that doesn't give a single rat's ass about me? Why would I do that? See, if you're gonna pay me badly, I'm gonna work the way you pay me. I feel like that's the best way. If you pay me well, I will work well. If you do not pay me well, I don't work well. See, minimum wage, minimum work. That's, by the way, I'm gonna say this. That's why they want so many immigrants. Because it's all about money. Because those people take the jobs, right? And since where a lot of like they want mostly from countries where poverty's high. So you can give them minimum wage, and that will be enough to where their standards that they're used to are still more than fulfilled, while a native person would ask for more money. I know this is a hot take, but that's why we get so many so much immigration, is so they can save money. Sorry, but that's just the truth. Because somebody that is from a poor country would ask for less.
I have a fear that Gen Z are the least resilient generation that I've ever seen. Gen Z, when I'm hiring people that are in that generation, I almost need to go to an extra length just to check that they can cope with a high-intensity culture where demands might come on a Saturday, because the world doesn't stop on Saturdays and Sundays.
You know, there's just truly something beautiful about criticizing the work ethic of Gen Z when your job is to be a podcaster. Yeah. You know what the problem is with Gen Z? The lack of intensity, says the guy who yaps into a f***ing microphone for a living.
This younger generation aren't apparently working themselves to death.
Some of them have figured out that the country's a scam. And here's the good news. They're not wrong. And when you figured out the country's a scam, you can approach it the way a con artist or a scammer would approach it, which is what a lot of them do. They invent mental health ailments they don't have. They take days off on end. They terrify their superiors into respecting their mediocre, shoddy quality of work. This is something that Gen Z has latched onto. This is something.
Scam the scammers. Scam the scammers. I see no issue. Why would I not do that? Why would I not do scam the scammers? Easy. Straight up, literally just scam the fucking scammers. Why would I not?
That I fully support. This is their way of rising through the ranks. They're taking advantage of people that they work with, making them tolerate less and less work and work of a lower and lower quality because they've realized that a lot of this is bullshit. So they're like, why shouldn't I get in on it?
Well, I think the implication that Zoomers are making up mental health ailments is moronic. But honestly, I vibe with everything else Tim Dillon's got to say here. What is the incentive for Gen Z to kill themselves for work right now? I mean, what, to pay off debt? More labubu's? I mean, is that what's left of the American?
More labubu's. If your life consists of labubus, you may have some mental elements. You might have a mental health issue, especially if you start suddenly collecting gold and labubus.
Dream, work an extra 12 hours this week, and maybe you'll get promoted in 6 months, and you can buy more labubus.
Being bada boom, Mr. Worldwide when I step up in a room.
Ooh, homie, you look gross. What the fuck that's a labubu, yeah, but why is he bald? Labalbu?
Daddy, and today I want to ask you, damn girl, is you from the ghetto? Because I'm trying to get a piece of that culo. Ha, dale, esa jevita tiene tremendo.
And I think this...
Is that a booty? The booby? No, the labooty.
This is how you end up with trends like the Gen Z stare, which is possibly the dumbest intergenerational argument that I've seen since, like, oh, millennials spend all their money on avocado toast. The Gen Z stare, aka, why do Gen Z workers look at me like I'm an idiot when I'm acting like an idiot?
Hi, did you find everything okay? Hi, so I noticed that this was a large. Is there any way that you can possibly have like it in a small in the back? I know that there's only, this is a thrift store, so only one comes in, but like, can you just check the back for me? And I noticed that the waist is kind of like big too, and I don't like the color.
I understand. I stare like that too. I stare like, I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand the stare. I understand what's going on inside the head of this woman.
Now, am I saying that there are no Zoomers out there who have problems with professionalism or workplace decorum? Of course not. I'm sure there are. However, we've already talked about how Gen Z is one of the most authenticity-obsessed generations that there has ever been, thanks to the hyper-curated nature of social media. So maybe bullshitting with people who are total morons in the workplace, or just adjusting...
I'd say no. Here I have to disagree. We are the most authentic generation, in fact. Because, well, for one, we are mostly we just consist of virtue, like lots of us are just virtue signalers, right? We want to boycott something, but oh wait, that's also happening there, but I can't boycott that. Or we want to boycott something and still use it. We want to advocate for something, but only with social media posts. We are so pro health and pro mental health, but we stop when it stops being cute and quirky. I actually disagree with that. I think actually we're less authentic, because let's think about it. We are all technically, how do I put this? A lot of what we're actually, like, what we say is us is actually just things from other places implanted into us. Like a lot of things, a lot of values, opinions that we hold, they aren't really from us. So how could we say that we are more authentic when, well, most people are just saying what other people have told them?
To the reality of bullshit corporate lingo and the politics of an office job just doesn't come as naturally to us as it did for previous generations. And I don't think that's an indictment on Gen Z. I just don't. I mean, I think that's an indictment on a work culture that, again, is offering less and less while demanding complete loyalty.
Hey, team, how's it going? Happy Friday. Yeah, thanks for hopping up. Yeah, does anyone have anything? Great. We wait on anyone? Or Jason? Sure, makes sense. New baby. But well, we can dive right in, right? Can everyone see my screen?
But you know what? Some Gen Z HR experts have a different view.
When you are getting a 22-year-old Gen Z employee in your workforce, you have the mental, emotional, executive functioning equivalent of a 16 or 17-year-old. That is very different than any other generation. That is not a knock on them. Companies are investing more in soft skill training for Gen Z employees. And hello.
Yes, thank you, lady who sells Gen Z soft skills trainings. Perhaps the thing Gen Z needs most is soft skills trainings. I'm sure you are.
She is correct in a way. So how I see it is, we are the most infantilized generation to this date, and Gen Alpha will be even more infantilized. It also, see, older generations had some crisis, some struggle that they grew up with that need to make them mature. And nowadays, you have more time. You can be longer immature. I mean, I see 35-year-old boys out there and 35-year-old girls out there who have not grown really up. You are actually, you may in fact deal with a 16-year-old stuck in a 35-year-old body, because people are no longer needed to grow up emotionally. So she isn't wrong. You are, in fact, dealing with an adult infant occasionally.
Arrived at that conclusion.
More so than in other generations. Of course, in other generations, that's a thing too, but it's a much bigger problem for us Zoomers.
With no conflicts of interest whatsoever. Or here's the thought, maybe instead of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, maybe instead of Gen Z needing to change, maybe it's the employers and egregiously stupid work culture we have in this country that needs to change. But I'm not holding out hope. I mean, just look at Starbucks, for example, from the New York Times. Perhaps the greatest challenge to the CEO of Starbucks and his vision to return Starbucks to its coffeehouse roots come from within. The frontline baristas. Some have complaints. Many find the new dress code, black t-shirts, khaki pants or jeans, limited facial piercings, too restricted and not kindred to a cozy neighborhood store. Writing on the cups, an activity that had once been spontaneous and genuine, now feels forced, many say. Baristas have been warned that they will be written up if they don't write a personalized message on every cup, even during peak hours, they said. They're surveilling us. You have no choice. If you say, I don't have time to write on this cup, they ask, do you want to keep your job? She spoke in an interview arranged by Starbucks Workers United, the labor union that represents more than 600 stores. Yes, this is what's going to get customers back into Starbucks. Forcing your baristas to write personalized messages on your $8 cup of coffee to the point that the line for coffee is now out the door and down the block. Honestly, I mean,
literally just people are there for the coffee. Just literally make coffee. Just literally get the people coffee. Literally do that. and I think everyone is happy. Literally just give them coffee. Do what you're supposed to do. Like, these personalized messages are just bullshit. Nobody asks for that. And me personally, I don't even go to Starbucks because it's just straight up too expensive. I can go to my local bakery and get a coffee that's still totally fine, or just make mine at home. Like, I don't need Starbucks. And a lot of people realize this. It's just also the price. Why the fuck would I pay for a Starbucks coffee if I could just make one at home, or I go to my local bakery and actually support a local business? Why? No.
I think this is why people come to Starbucks. To come see their Zoomer barista who has been forced to take out their septum ring for no fucking reason, sweatily try and draw a smiley face on every one of the three.
Starbucks wants to remove the septum piercing because they think it might not make people want to get coffee. I want women to remove their septum piercing because it looks hella ugly. We are not the same.
300 venti iced lattes that they have to make this morning. But again, I'm not holding out hope because employers can act like this. Corporations can act like this. Right now, the reality of the job market is they can be choosy. There's just too many new grads, too many young people, and not enough jobs to go around. So of course, these corporations can treat people however they want to treat them.
I got laid off from my corporate job yesterday. And I think that this is the reality for a lot of Americans right now, and it needs to be shared because America is not doing well right now. We have a 94% prediction rate that the recession is going to come, but yet our frickin' administration hasn't even made the move to actually say that a recession is coming. And let's actually call it what it is, a depression. People can't afford groceries, they can't afford rent, they can't afford buying.
Oh, it's certainly coming. I think everyone is aware of that. We are straighting hate up for our financial crisis. Straight up. Our currencies are dog shit. They're gone. They're worthless. They are straight up. Our currency is worthless. Remember, at least maybe they can prevent getting a hyperinflation. Imagine paying $1 billion for an egg. By the way, that was a thing before during the hyperinflation in like the 20s. Was it the 20s? Somewhere like that. After World War One. See, an egg was like a bajillion euro, not euros, a bajillion Deutsche Mark. That's what this thing was called. It's just crazy. It is just crazy.
Houses, they can't afford having babies. They can't afford having the kids in general if they already have them. We are not in a good spot, y'all. I know that I'm just a number in a company, but I thought I was okay. You're going to think that you're okay because you've worked there for so long or you have the right experience. Like, you guys, I have an undergraduate in marketing, a master's in business, 6 years of paid social media experience, both on a strategist and manager level. I have done people management for at least 3 years. I'm a senior level in my career. And yeah,
that does not matter. I'm sorry, but that does not matter. If you are essentially financially useless to them, you're gone. Again, Zoomers, we need to realize something. Companies are not our friends. Work there, do your job, that's it. Companies are not our friends. They don't give a rat's ass about people. All they care about is money, and if you're not making money, you're gone.
yet. When I was hired to do a senior level role, I was forced into entry level positions. I was doing entry level work as a senior level strategist, all while at the same time being asked to reduce my workload with AI, and our team was having layoffs every 3 months. We all saw the jobs report. It was awful. Getting laid off on the day that the jobs report goes out, and it's 22,000 instead of 75,000 new jobs. You know how discouraging that is?
So this is the part of the video where I go, things are bad, but never doom. Everything that sucks about our current job market, frankly current society, is based on choices that you probably had nothing to do with. But the upside is that these choices are not permanent. When it comes to policies, things can always be done or
obviously, things can always be done. But in the end of the day, money, not governments, rule the world. It's money. And, that will also determine what policies are being made. It is what it is.
done or done better in the future. Which brings me to the real villains of the Gen Z career crisis, which isn't just AI or scummy hiring practices or shitty managers, it's the people who set up and profit from the system to begin with. It's the billionaires and institutions who own these international mega corporations and who in turn own the politicians who gladly let you get f***ed so that way they can make an extra buck. And right now, to be honest with you, the biggest villain of all is the guy who poured this gasoline of tariffs onto the fire of rising unemployment and rising costs. Because surprise, surprise, when you add a tax on literally every single good, it makes things more expensive. And at the same time, as things get more expensive and people can buy less of it, and the economy becomes uncertain, companies stop hiring because they're afraid that things are gonna get worse. Or more likely, they
obviously, like, his plan is to crash the market. His plan is to crash the market. His plan is also just to get, like, everything be made in America, essentially, and, like, cheap production. That is his goal. That's why he's fucking over other countries, realistically. And obviously that fucks over the US too. That is his goal. We'll see what it turns out. Right? We have not seen the long-term effects. This is the short-term effects. This might recover. This might actually it depends. It might work. It might also just absolutely backfire and anally fuck everyone.
cannot, they see that worse is already here. But you know, Apple and Google and Meta can afford to weather the tariff storm by laying people off. But what about you? What about the people who are losing or will lose their job? And believe me, I'm not saying life was great before the tariffs. They weren't. But you know, at least we didn't have a billionaire president who's literally trying to make things worse.
When y'all said the job market was bad, I thought y'all meant like 6-figure jobs. Why did I just get rejected from McDonald's? I have a college degree, a 4-year degree. I'm working on a master's. Why is it this hard to get a job, chat?
Here's another quote from that Atlantic article. The equilibrium now seems to be falling apart, and a full-on recession looks likely. Black workers have experienced a dramatic surge in joblessness, in part because of the Trump administration's mass layoffs of federal employees. More than 10% of workers under the age of 24 are searching for a job. Performance-based and strategic layoffs are increasing. Cracks are increasingly showing. Yeah, cracks are increasingly showing might be the understatement of the year. The cracks are about everywhere, okay? I've seen people who haven't moisturized in their lives who have less cracks than the cracks that are being shown right now. This thing is falling.
I'm gonna be honest. This would have happened with or without the tariffs. I'm gonna be honest. This would have happened with or without the tariffs. This was already showing during Sleepy Joe. This was already showing during Joe Biden. It's just now hitting. And the tariffs might just might have slightly accelerated it, but they're not the sole reason for the situation. So this was coming regardless.
Apart at the seams, and I mean, can you even get a shred of sympathy from right-wing media? Is there at least an acknowledgement from the politicians who are letting this happen that things aren't so great right now? No, and as a matter of fact, this is what you can get from them. From Fox News, extra credit, the newest side hustle on campus has college students making OnlyFans accounts to cover rising tuition costs. Yeah, nobody can get a job, and the jobs that are out there aren't even enough to pay the bills, or even to pay your student loans, but according to Fox News, it's just because everybody wants to do OF now. More and more people aren't having kids, and more people want to cut the line. And since the pandemic, there was this explosion on OnlyFans. The amount of money they're making is more than Google, more than Intel, more than the NBA. Incredible stuff. More and more people aren't having kids, says Fox News. And you know, it's not because kids are like insanely expensive. It's because all the young women just want to do corn instead. Moral panic. That's all we do in this country. We don't.
We have the statistics, right? We have the statistics. Most more conservative leaning men and women still want children. More left leaning leaning women, like 6%, said their highest goal was to have children. Or like one of their goals was to have children. I think this is not only a financial situation, because people have been worse off and still made babies. I think this is also a cultural, this is a more complicated and more nuanced thing. This also has to do with a cultural shift, regardless. I mean, about 10% of women between 18 and 35, was 18 and 35? 18 and 25, I could be wrong. was one of these. Have an OnlyFans, meaning that you are more likely to encounter a woman with an OnlyFans than you are to encounter a nurse in that age group. Meaning that, yes, a lot of women are doing OnlyFans. Problem is, they're not making money off of it, and it's not a side hustle, as Fox likes to put it. This is not a side... $180 a month on the average is not a side hustle. And it might be less for like college girls, college women. So there's that. Like, it's not a side hustle if you make like $10 a month.
Improving people's lives, increasing their incomes. No. That would require making a few powerful.
You do not. No. Do not increase. Wrong. Do not increase people's incomes. Lower taxes. Do not increase people's incomes. Lower taxes. Because if you increase their wage, if you increase their salary, you are going to accelerate inflation. In my country, we have done that. We have raised the minimum wage a couple of times. And everything's just got way more expensive as well. It's like a spiral. You increase the wages, everything gets more expensive. And everything gets faster expensive, then the wages do increase. Do not do that. What you need to ask for is a lowering in taxes.
People very uncomfortable. So we're just going to keep pumping out some culture war bullshit, some more plastic crap for you to buy, and we'll keep it moving. And when that's the deal we've got, why is it such a surprise that Zoomers would rather just opt out? Just do DoorDash, make enough to live, don't have health insurance, and go home at a bare minimum without having a boss who's texting you on Saturday about some shit that you don't even care about.
This job market's been so trash, I've actually just started following my dreams. And it's been working out. And like, it's not easy. Like, there's so much more risk involved because it's all on my shoulders, but at least I have control over my destiny rather than a company that on a whim can let me go.
Very true. I'd rather just be my own boss. Why not both? I just explained it. If you increase in general just the salary, you're gonna spike. You're just gonna increase inflation, meaning you're gonna you will have to pay more. So you would just create essentially you would negate the effect of reducing taxes. The best way, truly, because that doesn't increase inflation, would be to reduce taxes. If you do both, inflation is still gonna go up.
Yeah, Amanda's making some good points, but at the end of the day, not everybody can start their own business or do their own thing, or do they want to do that? Meaning we're gonna have to make an economy here that actually affords people jobs, which they believe will provide them with the ability to live the life they want to live. And I'm not claiming to have all the answers here, but I got a list of things that I want. I mean, bare minimum, raise the minimum wage, make it easier to form.
Do not raise the minimum wage. Do not. Again, you're gonna create a spiral in which everything just gets hella more expensive. Because the more money people have, right? That money has to come from somewhere. So this is gonna be put on the prices. Reduce taxes.
Unions, the lack of which are the reason why income inequality skyrocketed in the first place. Increase taxes on corporations and the ultra-rich, provide universal healthcare and childcare, strengthen...
Okay, let me look. What you said.
All the answers here. But I got a list of things that I want. I mean, bare minimum, raise the minimum wage, make it easier to form unions, the lack of which are the reason...
Stop. You need for that, it's good that they try to kick out DEI, because people who are hired through DEI will not unionize. The more diverse a group of workers is, the less likely they are to unionize. So that is a careful thing. You will get more unions if you stop that.
Reason why income inequality skyrocketed in the first place. Increase taxes on corporations and the ultra-rich, provide universal healthcare and childcare, strengthen work...
Yes. Problem is that they would just move somewhere else. So usually putting more taxes on the rich does not help. In fact, hot take, the rich are already paying way more taxes than the average person ever will in their entire lifetime, so that doesn't work.
Minimum, raise the minimum wage, make it easier to form unions, the lack of which are the reason why income inequality skyrocketed in the first place, increase taxes on corporations and the ultra-rich, provide universal
healthcare is not working if you have... So, you put Germany here, right? You put Germany as an example. The problem is with Germany that our healthcare system is failing. Our universal healthcare system is failing because there's not enough babies to be made. See, the universal healthcare system is based on taxes, but the less taxpayers you have, and more expensive the stuff gets, the less you're gonna get out of it. Our healthcare system is ready to collapse, and I will still experience it when I have to pay my own health insurance because we will abolish the system because we failed to keep it up. Same with retirement. That's also a problem. But yeah, if you want universal healthcare, everyone needs to pay that as a tax, and you need to keep a steady source of people who will make babies, so these will eventually be taxpayers. But nobody's doing that.
healthcare and childcare, strengthen worker protections and overtime laws, mandatory vacation days, paid family and sick leave.
Yeah, I agree with that. That might not be bad. Sure, I agree with that. Yep. That should be a thing.
And that would be like a good start, to be honest. And despite what some of these hustle grind set
hot take, pay mothers. Hot take, pay mothers. Why not pay mothers? You want to have more babies. Being a mother is a job. Straight up. You're raising the next generation who's going to feed into the system. Straight up, pay mothers.
Influencers and salty CEOs suggest Gen Z does want to work. For most Zoomers, it is literally the most important thing.
All right. We want to work. Problem is that the work is just not worth it.
Gen Z, these are adults under 30 years old. We thought we would ask a big picture question, what they think is most important to their personal definition of success. So we gave a whole bunch of different options here, and we asked folks in this poll, pick the 3 that you think are most important. The most commonly cited for Gen Z for success in life, to have a fulfilling job or career, to have the money to do the things you want to do.
See, all of these, there's a problem. All of these, not all of them, but many of these are dependent on having children. Many of these are dependent on having children. Having no debt is highly dependent on people having children, because if nobody feeds into the system, essentially, the system collapses and the financial burden on the average person will be increased. So that's a problem. That, for example, the smaller the population is that actually is the workforce, the greater the ass beating will be.
Yeah, we all want a fulfilling career. Just, emphasis on the word fulfilling. So in conclusion, finding a job sucks, having a job sucks. Politicians and billionaires are making it significantly worse, and things are probably going to get worse before they get better. So, yeah. But on the positive side of things, at least Gen Z seems more likely to stick up for ourselves in the workplace. And if we want this entire system to get better, we're going to have to stick up for ourselves.
I wouldn't say stick up. I don't think opting out is considered stick up. Stick up would be essentially, right, like protesting, right? If you truly wanted to stick up, you would create protests. But you're not. You're just, defeatist. So no, I would not say the Zoomers are sticking up for themselves. They're just defeatist.
At the ballot box, too. Until then, let's just take what little victories we can, whether that's setting boundaries at work or making sure every clanker knows fear.
Keep it pushing, you dirty fucking clanker.
Extended. Subscribe to Mark Insco, True and Real, and subscribe to me. Yeah, I'd say we're cooked. That's all I can say. We're cooked. The system is gonna collapse. World war, destruction, planet burning. You understand it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. And I'm Road Duck. This bitch didn't hold back. Would you elaborate? Woman, elaborate. I'm curious. Elaborate. What does that mean? Why are you red? Did you kill somebody by any chance? Like, stab somebody, stab him. What happened? What happened? Isn't it already collapsing? It is collapsing, but it hasn't collapsed yet. It hasn't collapsed yet, but it is collapsing. It is coming. The first thing in my country to go is universal healthcare. That's the first, or retirement money. That's the first thing that's gonna go here, for sure. But yeah, why are you red? Who made you red? Who colored you red? Who made you a red woman? We started playing dodgeball, but we didn't have a ball, so we used a shoe, and we had this. Why did you use a shoe? Huh? The fuck? I mean, you had no ball, sure, but still. A shoe? That would have been hurt. Plastic blanket cover thingy as a shield. Silly. Silly woman. Alright. Interesting. Interesting. Oh no, she started it. She started, like little kids. She started it! Okay. Okay. I see, I understand. I threw it first. She threw it first. I had to pay her back. And pay back I did. Revenge. The revenge. Yeah, I see it. I see the vision. I understand. I get it. I get it. Revenge. I must have revenge. I'm ending here. As expected. Chatto. You are silly little gumpers. No goon or gump. Don't do anything weird. Don't do anything silly. Stop calling me daddy. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Bye. And I will eat you. Consume you, my little slimelets. Early. I mean 10 minutes. I couldn't start another video anyways. But yeah, I'm ending here. Bye.